wrong with my audio?
Get back.
The waters of life. You just can't beat a good water. Thank you, dear, beautiful Eleanor. I get my water from my girlfriend that gets it from the Table Mountain aquifer directly under her property where she lives, right close to the mountain. So, namaste and welcome to all of you people in the chat that have arrived, are arriving, will be arriving retrospectively and whatnot. Let me know if my audio is sounding a bit cranky. Cosmic, you said it was sounding a bit muffled. Still sound like that, or is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it still sounds kind of like weird, or like I'm not really sure what the actual issue is. Like I hear a lot of like reverb, and it kind of like it's the wrong, almost like the wrong microphone or something like that. Let me try to check that out.
Is that better?
A little bit. Still kind of feels distant.
Yeah, and I'm hearing an echo when Cosmic, Indy, and I talk. I'm hearing an echo back. I'm hearing myself, and I don't think I have the other. Oh, that seems maybe it's.
Thank you, StreamYard. Thank you, guys. We love you. But I think it's StreamYard. They do that because I haven't changed my mic settings from the last time I was on. Right, I don't touch my settings. Let's just leave it as it is because I'm too scared to touch it. So any changes there are StreamYard's software. But you guys sound fine to me. We'll just all keep our mics off while we're not talking and see if that makes anything better. We are talking about near-death experiences, initiation, eternal life. They seem so far apart, but they're right on top of each other. Literally, you could call them twins, brothers, sisters. So we've got a wonderful ensemble to start. We've got a few more people going to rock up as the day progresses. But before we get into the thick of it, let's introduce everybody here. I'm just going to go around in a clockwise circle. We've got Indy Sage. Indy Sage is, well, he does shadow work. He's a shadow worker, though he also works with various different modalities, alchemy, Taoism. He's also an anthropologist, very much embedded within alchemy and occult therapeutics. He also has had some really interesting experiences, which I'm sure we're going to be touching on today in his life. Lucky to be alive. And he's also an anthropologist, so he does a lot of research into different cultures and different, magical traditions and such. So it's an honor to have you. We've got dear Noble Heart here, who is as of yet unmarried, ladies, but not for long. Not for long. He's getting married to his soulmate, to the lady of his dreams. 3 weeks and counting, so we'll just be giving him a hoot, giving him that runoff. Dear brother, I hope you're going to have glorious tidings and a glorious life with your other half. He's also very much embedded into occult traditions. Started off with the Hermetics. He's now deeply embedded into the Vedic tradition, meditation, various different aspects of Tantra, yoga, and inspired, a thinker, a researcher. Also, right across the board, like all of us, we're all a bit eclectic here. It's a pity your lovely wife to be isn't here, but I know she's very busy as well. I'm sure she'd have a lot of wonderful things to share with us. We've also got dear Cosmic here. Cosmic is a John D without a crystal ball. Yep. If you want to see Cosmic working with a crystal ball, get him a bigger one than he has. Maybe it will inspire him. Those things cost a bit of cash, so find Cosmic and send him money for his biggest, newest, best improved crystal ball, because he says he doesn't need him. Maybe he doesn't want him. But he works with the Fae. He channels the Fae. They've been working with him, helping him to come about with a system of occult therapeutics, essentially, and studying the, cosmological structure of things. And there's a language involved. There's a magical tradition growing in its stead. And he's also very much an eclectic thinker. Comes from a background of Western occultism, so he's got a broad field. We're all pretty broad fielders. Yeah, I come from a background of Hermetic Kabbalah, Vedic traditions, shamanism. It's where I found myself lost in the wilderness. So yeah, this is where we're at. So do please, everybody, take a few moments to say a few words, introduce yourselves, and welcome to everybody in the chat. Dennis, welcome. I see we've also got here in the chat who's spoken so far. Lauren, Chris, namaste to you guys. Big love, and please, let's take it away, guys.
Thank you so much for the great introduction, Franklin. So glad to be here today, and this is going to be a wonderful discussion, something that hits close to home for me. After having had a near-death experience in the year 2007, after head trauma and having undergone a craniotomy and a craniectomy at the hospital, at the ICU, the doctor saved my life from near-death experience. And spiritually, I was able to be reborn and recreate myself after that experience. I had always kind of sweated the small stuff for a long time in my life, and got all in a fuss over the littlest bump in the road. But after I was able to surrender to Guan Yin and pray to the moon for a spiritual rebirth, it was granted to me, and I give myself my new name that was given to me by a good friend of mine who had passed away, to honor him. And my life has been a blessing ever since. It's just been unfolding to more and more stages of betterment. So it's been a beautiful journey, and I can go into some of the greater details further on in the discussion. But it's helped me come into my practice of Jungian shadow work, which has been a real blessing for me and my community. So we can deep dive into that as well. But thanks, and I'm glad to be here. So excited to get involved in the discussion today. Passing the mic to Noble Intent.
You got it. Greetings and salutations, gentlemen. Yeah, it's good to see you. Yeah, live from about an hour outside of Lyon. What a beautiful place this is. We're in Beaujolais country, actually. Yeah, it's almost a shame that I'm no longer partaking in the fermented grapes. However, it is a beautiful day. It's been beautiful here for the last 3 weeks, and so yeah, I found myself in a pretty little spot up on a bluff, kind of overlooking the rolling hills, and so we could speak about this beautiful topic. It's also near and dear to my heart, although I haven't had quite the personal experience brushing up against it in the ways that you guys have. I just went through this rite of passage with my father just December of last year, and so it's fresh in my mind and heart, and I have lots of things to report through that experience, and just a number of other, of course. I think we can all agree that we die to our old self and are reborn on a regular and consistent basis, especially for those of us who are actively seeking the truth of who we are, where we are, why we are, etc. So yeah, I'm just looking for that truth, fellas. If I was to slap a label on me, I suppose it'd be somewhere in the neighborhood of yogi. And so, but leave it at that, and looking forward very much to this conversation. Thank you.
All right, hello. It's the cosmic prankster back as usual. You know, death has always been something that's been kind of interested me, just like in the sense that it's almost like it's like a different world. It's like a different territory that one can explore. And one of the things about my system that I work with is it's very much a kind of interdimensional mapping system that sort of allows you to kind of figure out where things are in relation to other things in the sort of the spiritual universe by looking at things via these kind of 4D and 5D coordinates. So I'll be interested to see if I can bring any of that into the conversation at all. And yeah, as far as near-death experiences, I've had like I guess you say astral projection, but I would never say I'd had what would technically be a near-death experience. So it'd be interesting to hear more about that in this conversation today.
Well, have you stopped speaking, by the way, or have we frozen? Are we all here?
I'm done.
Okay, good, because your voice cracked up for a moment, and I didn't know whether to crack up or not. Okay, yeah, lovely, man. What a great team to be kicking the ball out with, to get cranking and get started. Okay, so I'm AfriHost. I'm on the right broadband to start. So yeah, I mean, this is a broad topic, you know. Near-death experiences, initiations, eternal life. I mean, these are big questions, big discussions. I suppose a good place to start. I mean, Nick, you mentioned you lost your father. Rest in peace. Om Shanti. That's a big one, eh? I remember when I lost my father. It was 1999, early 1999, and I was sitting in the Himalayas, just outside the Kathmandu Valley, and maybe it was more like mid-yearish, and yeah, that's right. The monsoon was coming. Monsoon was cranking in, and he went. And I was practicing a lot. I was practicing very, very hard. So I was meditating most of the time, you know, day, night, morning, waking up at night. And so I was very tuned in, very sensitive. And then he came to me, and he was there with me. I was like, well, what are you doing here? He was like, yeah. And then he showed me this vision of a bed, you know, hospital bed. And I was like, what? And he spent a few days with me, something like 3 days. And then it was time for him to go. It was like, well, the bus is coming, gotta go, you know. And then he left, but like he gave me something. Did you feel like you got given something, like you got something from your father? There's a good question. Like it felt like a baton. Did you ever run those silly races where you got a baton, like you got to give each other a baton? And there's a sudden weight in your spiritual hand. I don't know if I'm explaining it well, but does that make any sense to you, Rick?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Now, there wasn't the handoff, so to speak, but what he gave me and my family at the time of his passing was just incredibly beautiful. And I'd be happy to go through that. But yeah, no, I didn't. You and I had spoke about this briefly, so I some sense of you've used that analogy before, this passing on of the baton, and frankly, if I recall, it was a significant experience for you, which I suspect you're going to share with us. But I didn't necessarily feel as though that he handed me the mantle in the moment, but I can say to you that he somehow, through the entire experience, the experience of escorting him through the process and being in his presence as this was unfolding, I was ushered into the patriarchal role of my family. right? Of course, our fathers tend to hold that mantle most, well, I certainly won't speak for everyone's, but in my family, our fathers stepped up and held the mantle, held the space, and my grandfather, of course, had passed, and the other patriarchal man had passed, and so that mantle was passed on to me, and so whereas it didn't feel like there was some kind of spiritual energy passing in the moment, it didn't take too long for me to recognize what was going on. He was the space that he filled in our lives. I stepped into, yeah, which was quite a responsibility I've been preparing for quite some time, but it's a responsibility nonetheless. And with you guys right now, it's occurring to me the depth of that responsibility, frankly. And so, yeah, and I at some point perhaps I can like to share that entire experience because it was quite beautiful. But yeah, yes.
There's no time like the present, brother. Any bits you want to share? I mean, I know it's obviously it's very deep. It's quite recent, isn't it? So you're still probably going to carry processing, but that's really what this whole thing's about. I mean, you're obviously still aware of the fact that he exists, right?
Oh yes. Oh yes, and of course that's well, on the trail of knowing thyself, and it, this pursuit of truth has revealed to us, I would suspect, but revealed to me that we are not the body. You know, we are right, and so we are that which animates this supersuit, and so yeah, allow me to take the mantle here and share the experience. So he was struggling with various forms of cancer and late stage Alzheimer's, and he's been suffering through that for going on 5 years. It was his second bout of cancer. He's 73 years old. He looked like you, Andy, in terms of physique. I mean, goodness, you wouldn't if you even in his up till the last year. I mean, the guy looked like he was 50. I mean, looked like Adonis. I mean, he's took good care of himself, and he was just a healthy man. But the mind was going, and my mom was the caretaker, and of course that's quite challenging. I'm not sure who had it worse. My mother or my father or my mother. I think perhaps my mother. At any rate, things were going from bad to worse, and I had the opportunity, circumstantially, just had the opportunity to drop what I was doing and come to assist my mother and my sister as my father was embarking on his last days. And so when I rolled in from Mexico into the U.S. back in Michigan, night one, I went right to the hospital, and that was quite an experience because he was going through the various psychoses that happens when you spend a lot of time in the hospital, in the ER specifically, and the drugs that they give you nowadays are just. I mean, you'd think it's supposed to help, but it really doesn't. And as they come in and out of the cycles of the psychoactive drugs, it's just what a mess. And so we huddled up, we got him home, and this is the home my grandfather had built in the late 1950s, early 60s, and where my grandmother had passed, actually, and where my grandfather spent his entire life. And then my parents moved into that house as well. And so a special way to spend your last moments on this earth. And so it's a split level. And just given the circumstances, all of us were there. My sister, his brother, my daughters, everybody was there. And so what an incredible opportunity to be present, fully present during this incredible rite of passage. So the there's a number of things that happened that led up to this, which I would like to discuss with you perhaps further down the road, because I think you all have more experience when it comes to these out-of-body experiences slash near-death experience slash projections of sorts, which I briefly experienced one night about a week before he passed. But the day that he passed, it was beautiful because we were summoned down to the basement where he was, my mother and I, at 6 a.m. and we had the opportunity to say our goodbyes, basically. And it was quite clear he was showing the signs of his last hours. The hospice nurse happened to be there, and of course we knew the signs, what to look for, and so we spent we got to spend 3 hours, just my mother and I, at his bedside, and which of course is a beautiful experience. And of course we called the rest of the family in, and because it was quite early, they didn't get in till 9 or 10. And as they started to file in, all of the most important people were remaining people in his life filed in about 10 o'clock. And my father had a hell of a sense of humor, and his last name is Rockman. And so his nickname is Rocky. He had lots of nicknames, and he was fond of music. And my niece made a playlist for us, and we had that going on, and everybody got to spend time at his bedside. And because I had spent 3 hours with him, with my mother, and of course I was content to step into the back of the room and just allow other people to usher in and spend time with him right at his bedside. And of course the girls were quite fond of their grandfather. My girls are in their early 20s now, and they were there and just loving on Grandpa one last time around the bedside. Literally, there was barely room for another being, right? And so, boy, I'd had some experience with my grandmother in this very house on the day that she passed away, and just a couple of days with my grandfather. So we get to where we can recognize this, in particular if we're in presence, right? And if we've been doing the work, Franklin, as you mentioned, if we're centered and grounded and balanced and just present, we can see, really see what's going on. I see this transition happened. And so they started playing the Rocky Balboa, the boxer's theme song, Eye of the Tiger. Literally, this is not an exaggeration. So this is 3-4 minute song, right? And at this point, there is a lightness in the air. Everybody had spent a lot of time with their grandfather or brother or my father or whatever, your husband, and there was a lightness in the room, and everybody knew it was getting close. But anyway, this song comes on, and it electrified the room, and I was on the back, and I was waiting, again, knowing somehow that it was my time to hold space for my family as my father was turning that mantle over to me. I could see, and guys, I can't recall it's been a while since I've been through the Tibetan Book of the Dead, and perhaps you can remind me of the various elementals as they leave the body and all of this. And I can't recall the order and the specifics there, but I was witness to it. I watched these things happen before my very eyes. And I more or less, as this song was counting down, I just said it's time, and asked everybody else who was kind of on the outskirts to huddle up, and everybody did, and they were looking at me like, what do you kind of, I was just in, it was in a place of such confidence in knowing that my father was going to take his last breath, that nobody questioned this or debated this. And everybody was huddled around. And as that song, as the last verse was uttered, he took his last breath. As the song crescendoed into the last verse, he took his last breath. And there was his essence left his body, and the joy that gave everybody, the gift that he gave everybody, was difficult for them to express at the time, or any of us for that matter. But what it did is it solidified this understanding that we are that, that there is our essence, our spirit, our soul, so many different ways to express the unexpressible. There's something going on. Clearly this group understands that more than most, but beyond the body, beyond the thought, beyond the emotion, where all that emanates from this essence. Yeah. And what an amazing experience. Thank you for letting me share that.
Om Shanti. Thank you for sharing that, dear brother. It's a big one. It's a big one. We've all lost people. I used to look after people that were on their way out. I specifically enrolled to do that for a period of time as training. Yeah. It's called palatal care. And so yeah, I've been with a number of people on their way out, to be there with them and hold a presence, space. And it's always such a powerful abstract moment. We've got another member that's joined us, dear Stein Forks. Namaste, dear brother. I hope you're well. Hope you're thriving. Hope you're having an absolutely fantabulous, stacular, awesome day, weekend, month. For those of you that don't know Stein Forks, his channel can be found in the suggested channels. He's what I would call a die-hard Bruce Willis type podcaster. He podcasts a lot. He does a lot of shows, a lot of interviews, and he does a lot of interesting topics. He's also a Jarl of a fellowship, of a tribe, of a community of pagans. So he's a pagan through and through. Works with pagan rites, obviously pagan magic, and yeah, he's a fascinating guy who's done a lot of research. Welcome, namaste.
Yeah, thank you.
Here.
For sure. Thank you for having me as always. Doing a lot of podcasting. It's kind of slowing down at the moment. Kind of running out of guests. Doing more guest spots, which is good. That just allows me to talk about the things that I love. And yeah, I mean, I love making those the kind of podcasts that I do. I love making the kind of videos that I do. As a matter of fact, just this afternoon, really, for my time, a new podcast went live with the second alchemist that I actually had on the show, and we went into some great topics as well, spagyric alchemy, philosopher's stone, and even the question if you could live forever through like the philosopher's stone or whatever, would it actually be worth it? Because there's a lot to it, a lot that people don't don't think about. And yeah, of course, I love being here on the round table. The topic for today is it's a great one. It's absolutely a great one. Firefly unfortunately can't make it. She had to go to the store, get some food. We don't want her to starve, preferably not. But yeah, near death experiences, initiation, eternal life. That's it's also something that European paganism definitely talks about. Initiation, of course, very important within paganism, within the older belief structures. Eternal life. I mean, yeah, even Germanic paganism says that you pretty much live forever. Your soul, your essence, goes on to one of the halls of the gods, kind of depending on how you go, of course, and what kind of a life you have lived. And even the gods are immortal. They do have like eternal life in a way, since they also live on in a different realm. But it's not, if it wasn't for the golden apples of Idun, they would kind of be, well, mortal gods in a way. They wouldn't have the lifespan that they do. So yeah, there's another story of an apple being connected to life and connected to longevity, initiation. I was it, I believe, yesterday, no, Thursday. I did a video on the Berserker and the Ulfitnar, which is, they went through their own initiatory rites, of course. Being the Wotanic elite, soldiers that they were. You don't, just become one of them. It's like, you just apply to being in the special forces. You don't just go there. You have to be a special someone. You have to go through a initiation, through some initiatory rites. And like, speaking of like special forces, even nowadays in modern society, we have initiations or hazings, we call them more nowadays, with the fraternities, of course, which is kind of an initiation, but also it's also just another excuse to bully the newcomers and drink way too much. So yeah, it's promising to be an interesting round table. I can like already connect it to a lot of things, of course, and I'm curious to see where this is gonna go. I got like an hour and a half before I have to do my own show, so plenty of time and plenty of weaves and connections to make, of course.
Yeah. I think like it's interesting you mentioned the Philosopher's Stone. I think it's something that's going to come up during the course of this conversation. This drive that we have towards rediscovering or re-embracing our immortality, be it the ambrosia or the amrit, or the Philosopher's Stone, or the chalice. There are many different ideas of this story, but I always think of the chain of life, of our ancestral connection. That to me is like really strong. And I think what I've noticed personally when it comes to stories of people that have crossed over, and it's something I haven't said too often, but I've been thinking like I need to say something for a while. It's been like building. I've had a lot of experiences in my life of that I would put into the category of a lucid dream. And a lot of things can trigger a lucid dream type of an experience. And I think a lot of this has got to do with the top loading, with the ideas that we have, the belief structures, the ideologies, our philosophical dispositions. And I always hear, like, for example, my son's mom also had a kind of an experience. Like most people, she was in a hospital. She had had an accident. She'd fallen downstairs. And she was on some kind of a painkiller that they'd given her, like a strong one, while setting bones. And she had some kind of reaction to it. And so she went to the edge, to the flatline zone. And she had this perspective of, she was sitting on the bed with these two angels there with her. She was in the bed and these two angels were there talking to her, these two people. And this kind of idea is an idea I hear a lot. And I've heard these ideas of people feeling like they're alone in the dark and they hear a voice and there's some conversation that happens. And I've often thought to myself, well, it doesn't add up for me, because when I drowned, I was completely conscious. There was no hospitals or people or drugs or anything around. It was me, the water, and the water was like, it hurt me. It hurt me. And there was no little dream story or like a dark place. It was busy, man. There was a lot going on. It was just, first there was agony. There was a lot of pain. Maybe that's why I was lucky, because of the amount of pain that you experience when you drown. It's the worst pain I've ever had. And I've been able to look through my bones, yeah, and look through, like, right through the bones and go, oh, those bones are in pieces. And like, remember dropping a gas canister on my foot and thinking, I thought that would be a lot more sore because I can see right through the bones in my foot. I was like, it's not actually that sore. That's interesting. It's abstract little backloading thoughts. So the drowning thing was really painful. And so maybe because it was so painful, it pulled me into the body so intensely. That pain, that agony. And then that little gland, when it squirted out that fluid, it felt like it made my whole head expand inside, full of juice. The first thing was the sound. And it's often shocked me, but why aren't everybody experiencing this? Right? Why is everybody not, when they're having a near-death experience, just experiencing sound and vibration? And that the sound is so loud, and the sound is like, you see the universe, you realize the whole thing is just sound. And that's like what a mystic will tell you. That's a mystical experience, right? So to me, a near-death experience should be that kind of a mystical experience where you're just literally seeing the raw structure of the universe, which is a vibrational field of sound. And then you travel in the sound, through sound, and then there's three things being pulled out of each other. And because I was 3 years old, I didn't know about religion. I didn't know about philosophy. I didn't know about anything. I was 3 years old. Like, what is there to... No one's taught me the stuff yet. And so I didn't have a reason to create a drama of angels next to me or this or, there was no top loading. There was just an organic experience of drowning, going out of my body. And then noticing that these things that were being pulled out of this, just like this spinning vortex in the middle, it's like the world, the universe. And like you're outside of the universe looking in. And you notice these three things are pulling out. It's like three things, like a triangle, but it's three like threads, like a ball of wool, but it's not a wool. It's like a spinning vortex of things. And these three things are coming out of it. And as these three things are pulling out, you become aware that those are your memories unraveling. You go like, memories, but you can't fight it. You literally watch your memories unravel, and that's where you get terror and fear that you're going to forget the people you love. Well, that's how I experienced it. And then those things get pulled out, and then you're going free, and you're moving through this kind of a substance. It's almost like you're in a big womb. It's like you're in some kind of a big womb. It's like there's this stuff over you, but it's not like physical. It's like a kind of a medium, and you can see the place that you're going to. It's like, and you can see on the other side that the light refracts differently out there. And if you look down, it's almost like you're looking down a long tunnel, and you can see the swimming pool down there far away with where you were, and that you know that's where your body was. But it's like you've got to look through a tunnel of bent, warped stuff in order to see that, because it's somewhere else. It's a very like dreamy kind of an experience. And so yeah, it makes me think about all these near-death experiences that we hear everybody talking about. And I ask myself, how many of those are lucid dreams? I mean, I don't know. What are your guys' thoughts on that notion of everybody having these vastly different experiences of dying? But when you actually go and read up in occult books, this is what drew me to the occult. I was like, oh wow. Like the kind of stuff that they're explaining is like, I know that. I know that well. I was there. I saw it. So all these other things to me seem dreamlike. So what are you guys' thoughts on that as an idea and as a topic?
So the top loading idea is really interesting, and the fact that you had this experience, Franklin, right in the absence of that top loading. I think that's definitely a thread we should pull on a little bit, because my understanding is that a friend of mine that runs in these circles, I won't mention his name, but I'm going to meet him in person, and he likes to discuss this top loading as is. We bring our own luggage. So in other words, the programming and the indoctrination or our own belief systems that we've cultivated over the span of our this particular incarnation. He likes to suggest that it comes with us in these moments, or it can come with us in that it can serve as some deceptive tool by which we can be manipulated as we go through this transition. Of course, having not gone through it myself, I'd lean into your experience. But anyway, it's interesting that you had more of a pure experience in the absence of that, and I think that's really super cool. Therefore, perhaps it hold a little bit more validity, but yet you've suggested that some of the teachings or the writings or the literature that you've read in the occult circles regarding this transition process, did I hear you correctly that it lines up with your experience? And did I also hear you correctly that it many other people don't seem to? The structure, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just the structure of reality. When you look at that reality is a vibrational field that emits light, and this crystallizes. These are base. Even in Vedic subculture, we'll speak about the Aum as being the underlying. The universe rests upon the Aum.
Completely.
You could say it rests in the hands of Aum. And Aum becomes the substance. And it's all vibration, it's all sound. But yeah, please do carry on.
Well, when we speak of the unstruck sound or the nada, which we have, I believe on some of the roundtables that I've been on, and also just in passing, would you say that is essentially the same, this underlying structure of sound? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what my experience suggests to me.
Yeah. Likewise, and in France here, being away from the elemental, like where I'm at in Mexico, the ocean is fierce. I guess the sounds of nature are fierce, but when you come here in this environment, there's an absence of struck sound, and so the unstruck sound, the nada, the no thing that comes through. Sometimes it feels like I'm next to a freight train. I mean, that's how loud it can be. And then, of course, as we know, if we've played around with this, we can parse out various tonations within the unstruck sound. And boy, kind of the deeper you go, the more there is. There's this a strata, and it's quite beautiful. And it's at any rate. So I guess I'm having not gone through the same experience that you've gone through, Franklin. It is interesting to note that the experience in meditation, for example, of diving deep into this unstruck sound is similar to the experience that you had when you were on the verge of checking out, so to speak. So, because it's a very pleasant place. But it sounds like you went through some unpleasantries.
No, it was pleasant. The unpleasantries was at a certain point, when you go to a certain point, like those 3 threads get pulled, and then I went through the fear of forgetting my father. I didn't want to forget my dad. And so that was hard. And then I fought it and I fought it, and I realized you can't fight it. So I let it go, because what can you do? But then the euphoria that you experience is like nothing you've experienced. I'll speak later on about another experience. I mean, I've had a lot of experiences close to the other side that I experienced. Well, I suppose maybe there's no time like the present. But I don't want to just jump the whole table, yeah? What are you guys' thoughts?
Sorry, I was muted. The mention of the 3. I've had an experience of going beyond the veil to the other side, not from a near-death experience in this case, but from a psychedelic experience that I had. Interestingly, this was just hydrobromide, dextromethorphan hydrobromide. It's DXM cough medicine. I had taken enough cough medicine. My friends had told me that it was a psychedelic from Scandinavia. And they had lied to us in school. They were selling us stuff from the pharmacy. And I had an amazing experience. My friends were on it, and they found that they got superhuman strength. They were just punching through fence posts. And they didn't even bruise their knuckles or anything. And I was astounded. But I didn't feel the violent urge like they did. I felt more of a tranquil peace. And I sat back on the bench, and I was able to then see the wind, which is absolutely gorgeous and astounding. I was struck by the beauty of it. And then I pulled away, and then found myself in another realm where I felt there was 3 eyes watching me, and they knew I wasn't supposed to be there. It was like, what are you doing here? It's not your time. It was a scintillating, beautiful place. I wanted to stay there. And as I've kind of explored the experience and tried to put it into words since that time, I feel like it was I was seeing the energetic components of the body in this world. This is a place where you could see the energy come alive, and it was in tendrils. So it was all different types of patterns of each of the tendrils of the energetic fields. Then there was thousands, if not more, of them all around within me. And so I felt like after a while that I was trapped, because initially I felt like I was going to be able to move into a different place. But I felt like eventually that this was kind of like what we consider to be like a treadmill here, where like it's like a place where you feel like you're moving, and you might be looking at a screen where you're like moving through someplace, but you're really just standing still, and the world around you is moving to you. That was what was going on in the little pod that I ended up in there in the other side. And so since I felt compelled to be moving away from that place, going back to this realm, since those three eyes that were watching me were giving me that impulse that it's time to go back. I felt like since I was trapped there, I didn't want to necessarily stay anyways, although it was very beautiful to be there and it felt magical. But I felt like might be a place where we return, and we usually go in this cycle of death and rebirth for countless cycles. Maybe some people have put like a limit on that. They say you can only be reincarnated so many times. I don't know exactly what that number has been, but people have different philosophies. I'm curious as to whether if we're reincarnated, do we look the same every time? Some people argue that we might be able to be reincarnated to be able to be every other person in the world experiencing each other, which to me is a very interesting take on it. But when I was brought back into the world, I felt like that is a place where you go when you're ready to escape reincarnation cycles. In the Tibetan Book of the Dead, they say that the subtle mind leaves the body and separates from the body at the point of death and enters into the bardo, where it can experience visions before finding a womb suitable to re-enter and be reborn in. So I feel like that we don't necessarily awaken in the bardo itself, but we can see visions of this world from the bardo. That's my interpretation. I'm not sure if you guys have any more insight on that, but my experience was that when we're ready to leave reincarnation and go into like a state of nirvana, so to speak, that we would actually go to this pod and it would open and we would leave and escape the eggshell or the pod, and our spirit would become free. Our energetic spirit would become free in this realm, and it would be birthed after having learned to live a good life in compassion and achieve happiness and have consideration for others and things of the sort. Once we've led that good life and we haven't transgressed any of the 42 transgressions of Ma'at or committed any of the 10 commandments were violated, or if we had violated any of the 7 sins or whatever may have you, if we have led a life of purity, that we could potentially go and then be born as an immortal spirit, an energetic spirit. That was my interpretation from the experience. And this kind of lines up with the idea of 3D and 5D somewhat, where they believe that you're going to enter into a new plane and that it will separate from the third dimension. The 5D will become a heavenly energetic body spirit place. I feel like that could be an interpretation of that. But what this reminds me of in Gnosticism is that Yeshua has said that it's not after death or at the point of death that you will ascend. But if you cannot find ascension in life, during your life, then you will not rise to the penumbra. Is it the penumbra? I think I got the name wrong.
Pleroma.
Pleroma. The pleroma. So that's an interesting take on it. And I feel like in Taoism, as I've studied Taoism, to me, it strikes me that if we do not develop an understanding of our spirit body during our lifetime, it's going to be hard for it to launch off from our body and arise on its own if it has not been developed. And I feel like this is something we develop in meditation. When we go into meditation, we develop that spirit body that's kind of left kind of in the shadows otherwise, until we go into listen to the voice within in the deep silence. We don't necessarily meet our spirit and develop it.
So I kind of wanted to jump in here because we're talking about reincarnation, and you were asking the question, Indy, about do we take on a similar form, or do we just kind of like take every incarnation, whatever? So working with the Fae and sort of experiencing these beings and sort of them showing aspects of my body, it's given me a different perspective on incarnation and how it works. Because with them, they can essentially experience 4 bodies simultaneously and be in 4 different places. So instead of like us, when it comes to like reincarnation, where we'll have one life at a time, let's say maybe I'll have a human incarnation, maybe I'll have an incarnation as a deva, maybe I'll have an incarnation as an animal, etc., because they're shapeshifters, they can essentially experience all their reincarnation forms at once. So they can be human, they can take on an animal form, they can take on a form that's just, more pure energy. And because they experience all these forms at once in this kind of space where there's a lack of linear time, it creates this different kind of parameter in terms of how you judge what the self is. In terms of like the body, in terms of like the look, I guess the way they kind of describe it to me, it's like matter is like clay, and God is kind of like trying to sculpt that clay in the shape of your soul to the best that the matter can convey that soul. So it's kind of like it's not so much that you're not your body, but your body reflects the shape of your soul. And I think what's interesting too is like in terms of animals, they kind of made me realize that there's certain animals that I resonate with. Like, for example, I like cats and I really like rabbits, for example. And because I resonate with them, those are essentially your spirit animals. And that's kind of essentially how your consciousness. So basically what they're saying is the animals that you like and the animals that you identify with, this is basically how your consciousness, how your soul manifests in the animal realm. So it's like every soul has specific types of animals and organisms that you're associated with. Like maybe like you're a cat person, so you have kind of like cat aspects of your soul, or maybe you're more of a dog person, so it's like you have a more of a dog aspect of your soul. So from looking at the soul from a 5D perspective, it's kind of like, what are the forms, whether it be human, animal, vegetable, or mineral, that most directly correspond to the truth of your soul? That's kind of like, it creates this sort of this mandala like tapestry of all these different forms that sort of resonate kind of like with you as an individual being. It's kind of like in the I think in like Jewish mysticism, the Shem Hem Farash, where it's like this diagram. It's the like the 300 names of God. And that's kind of like for our soul. It's like we have all these different forms that are associated. It's like I got my human form, but I also have my cat form, and I also have my sort of my energetic form. And all three of those forms point to some fundamental truth of who I am. So the other thing about shape-shifting for the Fae specifically, and they kind of taught me something that's different about shape-shifting, is that they can shape-shift, but the form that they take has to be reflected of some true aspect of who they are, of some aspect of who they're being. That's why like demonic shape-shifting is different, because they don't really have a sort of a true nature to their being, because they have more flexibility in terms of what they can shape-shift into. They can shape-shift into any form, but there's more of a hollowness to those forms that they take on. So maybe like a demon, for example, can pretend to be an angel to deceive that person, but because the angel is not reflective of the demon's true nature, then that's kind of a more of a deceptive shapeshift. Whereas with the Fae, it's sort of like, or these beings that I work with, the forms that they take on, sort of, it's like a different puzzle piece. It's like these are hyperdimensional beings, and each form that they take is sort of like a different side of the hyperdimensional cube of their body, so to speak. And that each form takes on. So even when they take on like human forms, they always have a kind of similar look, or a similar face, or a similar kind of like style, where it's like, oh, you just kind of point it out. So I know it's kind of a complicated answer, but when it comes to understanding the soul and the form, I think it's kind of like there's kind of a truth to both of it, in that it's like, yes, we are not our bodies, but yet we should also recognize that our bodies, the shape of our bodies, the color and the quality, and the sort of the overall layout of the bodies, is a symbolic reflection of the deeper aspect of ourselves.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys ever heard about this, but some people claim to have been someone in the past that was a famous figure, and they seem to look like them. So it was one of the reasons I asked, because I see a lot of that online. I think a lot of celebrities are claimed to be somebody that's immortal, and they're trying to show that they've been around for a long time. Look at this is them in the 1800s. So I think they're either trying to suggest that these people recreate their title and name and maybe their national origin over time to kind of just bounce around, so people don't realize that they never really die, or that maybe that they're being reborn and that this is a past life. Then you can see they still look the same as they used to look. So it's very much speculation when people do this kind of thing, and sometimes they actually show individuals who look the same that are still alive. Maybe this person is that person, or they were twins, things like this. Also, you see sometimes people look the same that are in different generations. This person looks a lot like that person used to look. So I think we see a lot of that stuff, and it's very curious. A thought just popped into my mind that potentially in the law of one, they say that in order most people will ascend towards becoming a person that will lead a good life, whereas some people will just descend into becoming demonic. They say that if you want to become demonic, that you have to be extremely evil. You can't just be a little bad. So they say that the only people that were ever able to achieve this were Genghis Khan and the Rasputin, figures like that. But they suggest that there's a different trajectory for individuals that are ascending and descending. And so potentially, like people that are descending, maybe they appear the same each time. And people are ascending, maybe they're able to experience a reinvention of themselves each time and experience things through new eyes and gain more perspective and more value over time. Because I feel like when you're kind of going into a dark place or choosing evil, you're limiting yourself. You're kind of going into a narrow space. Whereas when you're expanding, it's just that you're expanding not only your mind, you're expanding your possibilities and your potential. So I feel like we could kind of envision that there might be a possibility there that maybe there's two different routes, whatever those may be.
Beautiful, yeah, beautiful. Both of you, you know, I love what you were saying. To go back to what Cosmic was saying first, and your experience as well. Actually, let me remark on that before I forget. I love the different way that your consciousness experienced that three aspects of time. I think it must be what we're observing. You know, that's. It seems such a simple thing. It's so fundamental, but wherever you go, you know, if you go to the Vedic school, there's the Shashumna, there's the Ida, there's the Pingala, there's the three parts of the Aum, there's the Aum Tat Sat, there's the Shiva, Vishnu, Brahma, you know, there's the triple goddess of the West, there's the Trinity, there's whichever way you look at it, you're always going to come back to the number 3. And of course, 3, the tree, the tree of life, the tree of life. And the tree has got branches that reach upwards, roots that reach downwards, and the body that stands between the heavens. So that's very shamanic. And I hope my audio better, by the way.
Yeah,
it's good. This shamanic cosmogony related to dream time, you know, that we're reaching up towards a divine plane, which I would call the causal plane. And we're reaching down into the underworld, which I would call the etheric field, the etheric plane. And we stand between these two planes. There's the emotional plane, which I would call the astral plane. And, you know, the middle world of the shaman, and the lower world, and the divine world. These three types of dream time, that's quite an interesting concept, you know, because I think on some level we go through all of these. Maybe it seems like there's an initiation process involved, like tapping out of this world seems to be some kind of a powerful initiation. And speaking of initiations, you know, I was really cocky when I was young. I mean, I'm still a bit cocky. But I was really, really cocky. And sometime after I'd met this shaman that had given me, that had reinitiated me into the Om, literally he gave it to me. It was, it was not in the physical body. We were in our etheric bodies. And he also gave me a timeline, which started from the beginning of my life and went through to the end of my life. Well, end of my life, I'm not quite sure. Well, he took it to the point where he was like, he was so happy about that. I was like, okay, what? And he was explaining to me Krishna. That's when, like, you and Krishna, you become one. And I almost thought, like, does this mean I'm dying, or does this mean I'm, becoming fully integrated? At the time, I thought the word enlightenment applied. And he was really happy for me. He was like, yeah. And then I did the math. I was like, hold on. You're talking about in my 60s, right? And we're talking about how long ago? Like more than a couple of decades ago, right? Maybe almost 2.5 decades ago. And no, but less than that. But less than 2.5 decades. And I'm like, you're kidding me. Like, we're talking about like almost 4 decades from now. Like, and I, some part of me was shocked. Like, no. I'm not going to wait that long. I'm going to get the job done. I'm going to drop the hammer on this. I've been training, and I can do this. And so I pushed myself harder, and I pushed myself harder, and I delved into samadhi, and I discovered some notions about meditation. So there's different objects of meditation. Now, to contemplate the field of thought, not thinking, but the field of thought, this is quite a thing to hold in consciousness. Sounds easy. Good luck trying it. And when you hold that, you transcend sound and time, light and time and all of those things. And I decided that I wasn't getting up off the spot that I was on now until I had reached the goal. I made this conscientious decision. And this was in Rajasthan. And so I went deeper and deeper into trance. I put myself into an impossible full Padmasana. And I refused to let myself out of it. So the agony became like really intense. I was like, that's just the pain of the body. Doesn't matter. And I just let it all go. And I rocketed. And then I felt like, oh, wow, I went through a gate. And there was a euphoria. And so I doubled down, I knuckled down deeper. Hold this thought. And I held this thought. And there was nothing in the universe but this thought. And I felt myself going through a second octave shift. And the vibrations got quicker. And the quickening of the vibration was like ecstasy. And I did this, I don't know, 6 hours, whatever. And I went through 9 octave shifts. And I got to the final one. And I knew it was the final one because there was this council above me. And they were on the other side of this veil. And I was in such a state of euphoria, I can't even put words to it. That was the only thing I can experience is the euphoria I felt after I drowned. Because when you drown, when that serotonin gets released into your brain, you experience a euphoria the likes of which you can't explain. It's not like any substance or anything like that. It's a full-on euphoria. And I had gone through 8 different gates of octave shifts of euphoria. So I felt like somebody would feel probably if they were ODing on something I can imagine. I don't know. I've never taken heroin, so I wouldn't know. But I can only imagine, if there's euphoria involved, that must be what these guys are. That must be what they're tripping out of when they go. And I was in this such a euphoric state that the thought of not having a body didn't bother me. The thought of dying to me was like, oh, come on. That's like losing your keys, you know? Get another one cut. What's the problem, you know? And these circle above me were like, no. You're not ready. You can't go through. And being cocky, I was like, oh, I can't. And so I was, no, I can and I will. And so I prepared myself to go through that. And they kept cautioning me, saying that if you come through this final gate, you can't come back. That's it. You sever your connection with the body permanently. This is samadhi. Well, they didn't use a word, but that's how I've understood it. So I almost died in meditation. It sounds like a very... Now, you would think it's a lucid dream, only they went to fetch my mom. And to bring her there to convince me not to go through. And at that point, I saw her, and then I saw this chapter, and I was like, oh, wow. Like, I still have a thing to do. I have to be here. I've got, there's things unfinished. And flashes, like lots of flashes came through related to her and then related to like my life. And I was like, wow, okay, this is premature. And so I relented. I was like, okay. And I came down through all these octave shifts, back, down, like it's like gears until I was back in my body. And so the next morning, my mom contacted me, panicking, looking for me, reaching out to me. Well, I saw her emails the next morning. She had woken up and started emailing me. Are you okay? What's happened? Are you alive? I had this dream of you being next to a light bulb, and the light bulb was getting brighter and brighter and brighter, and it was going to explode. And I thought, like, I have a feeling something's happened. Are you all right? Have you had an accident? Are you alive? And she was panicking and freaking out for no reason. And I was like, wow, okay. So she actually remembered them fetching her. And that light bulb that she was talking about was literally pulling in too much light. So, the idea of eternal life, and I still don't know who those were. So, like, it's interesting. You were being watched by three cognates. There was a whole lot of these above me. Not sure if there were 7 or 9. I never counted them all, but I think there were 9 of them. But anyway, regardless, it doesn't matter. I was in such a euphoric state, none of that mattered. My point being, like, it's possible for us to leave the body. And so this is something you read about, samadhi in India, right? And masters deciding to extract their consciousness out of their body when they're ready to go. And I just accidentally found the passcode, stumbled upon this passcode and thought, oh, I'm going to do this practice, even though you shouldn't do it because it's dangerous. I'm going to do it, And my point being that I think, like, this eternal life that we're striving for, that we're all looking for in this all these practices, this philosopher's stone, this, Amrit, this ambrosia, whatever we want to label it as. I think this is something that is intrinsic to us. And what we're automatically in this eternal life, that this reality is a dream, that is not real. And that's a very interesting concept. Like, I remember the first thing that I remember when I got kicked out of my body as a little boy was that it was all inside out. And I was puzzled at how it was inside out. Like, I thought it was like that, but it's like that. Wow. I never knew that. It's an automatic thing you think as a little kid, like, it's the wrong way around. It's not a proper thought process. But that's how it was, I wasn't. And the interesting thing was, since then, all the ESP woke up in past lives, and so people could say like you're fantasizing past lives, but I downloaded quite a lot of past life skills into this life as a child. And some of the spiritual practices I downloaded. Martial arts I downloaded. I downloaded judo. I never trained judo a day in my life, but I've got a senior grade in judo. Not senior, but I've got a grade of somebody who's been training for 2 years. I never went to a single class. I just happened to wander into a class one day where there was a grading and the guy was convinced I had a master. And so he gave me a high grade because he put me in, judo you grade with actual sparring. And he put me in with his guy who was like grading for junior black belt or something, or somebody who was like just about at that level. And the guy was a provincial. He was like much older than me. He was like 2 years older than me. And he was like, this guy, you'll be fine. And I just flipped this guy everywhere. And he said, where did you learn that technique? I was like, what technique? And apparently the things that I was doing were like classical techniques of judo. But I did relive my life as a shogun, as a blade master, as a general, 1,000 times over as a child. I relived this life. I knew my sword intimately. I knew my horse intimately. My armor was so important. I used to look after my armor. I relived the way I died. I don't even know how many times I relived my death. Stumbling over bodies. A battlefield, there's blood everywhere. And I'm surrounded by bodies that I have to take the fight over there now because I've offed like 15 people. They're lying on the floor. And I'm surrounded. And I'm the last man standing. And then the general comes out and no, some kind of hand signals, and now it's 1-on-1, and I gotta each one's got to fight for the honor to get to fight me, right? Up the ranks of their blade masters, until one of them got me, and then then I remember the euphoria of dying, and I was just like, wow, that's a way to go. I went in style. Let's just put it that way. There was no fear. I was like, this is my moment. Finally, I get it. So how's that mindset fit into the mindset of our modern day mindset? Which is rather interesting. The way that we've been taught to hide away from death, to suppress death, not to talk about it, not to tell our children about it, to hide it from our kids, to shelter ourselves and shelter each other and shelter everything from it, to the point where it's a no-no. I don't know. I think that's a societal thing. What are your thoughts on society's attitude towards the other side and where it, where it's leading us?
I mean, it's a very natural thing, in both ways. A very natural thing to want to avoid, and it's a very natural thing in of itself. Why we want to avoid it, because it is quite literally the great unknown. People have come back after a near-death experience, or when they have been pronounced clinically dead, to say that this and that happens, but they are very, very few and far between, and they're all very very personal stories. But the majority of everyday people, we have no idea what happens after death, and we don't like that. We we need to know things. We want to know things. We need to know what happens next, because if we don't know what happens next, it's unpredictable, and unpredictable is scary. So that's one of the things, which is really a more modern way of thinking, because in our ancestral times, and in in some cultures still, actually, you are told to to honor the dead, to honor the ancestors. There are in like certain Asian tribes really, that quite literally every year will bring back or like will dig up grandma and party with her. So they're thinking like their opinion on death is something else entirely. I can of course only speak for myself and the greater Western world. But I think the fear of death is something recent, actually. And I don't know, like maybe it's something traumatic. It's I mean, I have been a little close to death than I would like over the last few years, with my both my grandmother and my brother dying pretty much a year after each other. My grandmother from old age, like she was almost 95 years old. So, it was about time. It sounds wrong, but she was 95 years old, had a like very bad Alzheimer's, very bad dementia. So, she was, well, let's say alive, but not really living. So she, well, I kind of hate how this sounds, but she would have been better off dead, really, because there would no longer be any suffering, and she'd be back with, all of her brothers and sisters. She'd be back with her husband, who passed away in 1989. But then with my brother, who was 27 years old, and he died by his own hand. Like I am, I am a pagan, of course. I run in these spiritual circles. That's why I'm here on the round table. And I know that, death is not the end. It's merely, it's a new beginning. It's the ending of one thing. It's the beginning of another thing. Yet to see my brother, or what used to be my brother, laying there, that just that knowledge, if you will, that went straight out the window. That was I don't know. It's weird, like you can know all you want, and like you can hear all the stories and talk to all the all the channelers and all the mediums that say, oh, he's still here, he's watching over you and all of that. But still, to actually lose someone, it still hurts. And maybe over the last I don't know, last few generations, perhaps, we've begun to focus more on that pain, because also, of course, from like the 1900s onwards, we had two major world wars with several million casualties, and that's not even including the famines, done by the Reds. So I think it's a very collective trauma, like a worldwide trauma, that we now have regarding death. Because the death of one individual, I mean, yeah, it happens, but to see and to hear about thousands at a time, even, no matter how much it is a beginning of something new or an end of of something old, if it's in those great numbers, that'll leave a scar. And if it's incredibly close, if it's incredibly personal, as I have unfortunately experienced, it will leave a scar. I know that my brother is still watching over me. He is still nudging me every now and then, being a guardian angel to my children. But still, I have to deal with the fact that physically he is no longer here, and it's this weird disconnect. And I think, collectively speaking, I think it's a lot of trauma from all the the wars and the famines that have been happening over the last like 150 years. Personally, because it has such a major impact that it's something that we can't grasp. Like, no matter how deep of a research we do into it, with how many mediums we speak, how many times people have been channeled for us, it is still something that has such a major impact that you're gonna feel it no matter what. And I think that's a very natural reaction. So it's, yeah, I don't know. It's something deep. It's real deep. Deeper than I can think of. Deeper than that I can explain at the moment. I mean, I just know that death is a part of life. If I'd say death makes life worth something. That's
Death makes
why
life's wheels turn.
yeah, it's, and that's like, you have, you don't have eternal, at least physical life. You only have a set number of years, how many those may be. So the challenge is really to make something of your life, do the things that you want to do, and all of that, because, well, you literally don't know when life is going to end, or even how it's going to end. And also, I think that, and I've said this before. I don't think I've actually said it on the show yet, but that if death were truly the end, then death would be pointless, and nothing in nature, nothing in this universe is pointless. Everything is with a goal. Everything is with a purpose. So death has a purpose, and I think we won't really find out what that purpose is until we die ourselves, or we are in such deep meditation that we are, well, about to cross the abyss, that we're about to enter into the black sun. Death is it's a weird, inescapable thing that is a question that I doubt will be answered in life. Let's just say that.
Yeah, in ancient philosophical Taoism, there was a push towards not really speculating about unseen realms and really trying to make the best of our time here and now. But there is a small poem by Chuang Tzu, I believe, where he suggests that he could be a butterfly having the dream of being a human, but that when he dies here, he'll reawaken in the life of the butterfly, only having a dream. He also says in that same poem at the end of the passage that, how do we know that when we die, we're not just returning home? Which is an interesting thing. And Einstein, in his band interview that I spoke of last week, talks about a unified field and suggests that when we die, we go into a place where all souls and minds merge to be as one before becoming individualized again. So that's an interesting take, and I find that quite fascinating.
That is so reminiscent. I remember being so angry that I was pulled back to earth. I'll never forget that feeling. and because like something was, I was like getting really, I was starting to merge with this, like this, like a bubble, right? Imagine like a bubble. I was starting to merge with the edge of the bubble, and I was like starting to pull information between myself and the other, and it was this home. It was home. And I remember then something yanked me, like I was being yanked back. And I turned around, and that's when I saw the bottom of the pool, because I'd completely forgotten about that. Like the memories had been taken out of my consciousness. And I saw, and it was like looking at something else. It wasn't like looking at, and down there through this, like, almost like this thing that opens up like a looking hole, like a long, imagine like a swirling, and you're looking through it, like if you could take the substance of space and just do this and turn it into a long tube and look through it. And down there, and then I saw Mariki getting up and walking to the pool. And I was like, uh-oh. I suddenly remembered that she was going to pull me out of the water and try and I instantly, I jumped back all the way back down there. I like climbed inside this thing, and it sucked me, and it's like it shot me almost like a bullet through a gun. And I got there to try and stop her. And I was trying to say, no, but my voice, I didn't have a voice. And the sound was somewhere else. And I couldn't speak over there. And I was trying to like stop her, show her, no, I'm going home. And I saw her dive into and grab the body, my body, and pull it out and start doing CPS, yeah. It's a CPR, sorry. And then like she did it for a while, and she grabbed me and she ran, because people we were across the road or next door. Is it next door or across the road? But less than a stone throw away was Tygerberg Hospital. Probably one at that time, I think, the most advanced hospital in the world. And so there were people there around, and they took me with her quickly over there, And then I was like felt like I was like dissolving, and I was being pushed into my body. And then I was back in my body. And I remember being like, oh no, what have you done to me? You've put me back here again. And after experiencing here was so hectic. Like it was really, I was not happy to be alive. Having experienced that, and the other part was that along that journey, when I first came out, I was like, some part of me was like, how did they get me to come back here again? There was that thought. Don't know where it came from. I wasn't a child. After those memory things get pulled out, you're not a child anymore. You're different. You're not yourself. You're something else, someone else. And so it's very weird. I've got these child thoughts, and then I've got these very clear thoughts of, okay, they got me. They got me to come back here. And there was this awareness that they had tricked me to be here, and that I didn't belong here. What a weird concept, and it makes me think about like certain Gnostic ideas, which I think have been miscomprehended and put out there in like particular TikTok fashion, TikTok, YouTube shorts, and everybody's sort of pushing this Gnostic idea of a particular narrative, which I don't believe I see when I read the Gnostic, the Nag Hammadi scrolls, the idea of creation. But there is a certain element of that these beings are out to trap us here, and that this is like a, for want of better words, a matrix, which is not real. And we get sort of plunged into this not so real matrix And it's interesting because, you know, what are your thoughts? Cosmic, you haven't said much, brother. The nature of this reality, you know, how real is this reality?
Well, it's kind of complicated. So the way I kind of have it figured out, it's like it's almost kind of like it's like reality is real, but it's not. It's like it's like the projector of the universe. There's something real to that, but the actual projection that comes out of it is not necessarily real. You know, there's something that I've been thinking about. That's something I think about a lot. You know, the idea of like whether or not the universe is real or not, because it's something I'm honestly somewhat conflicted by, because on the one hand, I do have this kind of idealist tendency, but at the same time, like I feel like, you know, in regards to like this Fae path, there has to be a part of me that sort of respects the consciousness of the earth itself. So the way I kind of think about our relationship to matter is that's kind of the other side of the coin of consciousness, and that there's a kind of the way that sort of souls are created in the system, or the way the Fae tell me about it, is that a soul is created when sort of a god and a goddess, you know, get together, so to speak, and, you know, create a child. So there's that kind of that masculine and feminine. And so in a way, it's like our connection to matter. So I saw Howard Ramberg in the chat talking about this, like, you know, why is there a connection between human and matter and consciousness? Because I think that matter sort of represents sort of the other side of consciousness. So I've been thinking about the way they kind of put this all together. There's a sort of a relationship between two main aspects of consciousness. That would be like awareness and being. So if you think about pure awareness, would just be like you don't really have a body, but you're kind of like staring outward into the world. You're taking sounds and sights, but you don't really necessarily have a being to react to. And being is more of that bodily sense, that when I take a rock and I try to push it with my hand, or like a big boulder, that rock doesn't move, right? And so I was thinking about the other day in terms of, like, you know, matter, and I thought to myself, can physical matter exist without consciousness? That's a question that I've been pondering to myself. And I've been thinking, you know, perhaps not, because it's almost like if you think about two atoms hitting into each other, if those two atoms essentially lack consciousness, then those atoms don't really have any like realization that they're sort of bumping into each other and bouncing off of each other. If you think of two objects hitting each other, like an atoms and bouncing off to each other, there has to be some consciousness mechanism that recognizes that it's colliding with another object, and from in terms of physics, to change the trajectory of the momentum based on how it's collided with the other object. And it seems to me that just that very act of physical objects reacting with other physical objects has to take some form of consciousness, but it's not a form of consciousness that we understand of in terms of awareness. It's this kind of this more that being, that just something that's just being, you know, physically there as an object existing, taking up space, taking up gravity, that in it of itself is a type of consciousness, that just that the object being and existing physically. Because you think about, like, you know, if there's an object like in your mind's eye that you didn't think about, like just think about like in your mind's eye, like two rocks flying in the air, hitting each other and smashing into a bunch of pieces. Do those two rocks exist if you're not thinking about them, or never even occurred in your mind that those two rocks ontologically exist at all? And like thinking about that from like an idealistic perspective gives you a different realization with matter. See, I think the problem with understanding a relationship with consciousness and matter is that many people, I think the dualists are responsible for this, but I think we like to think that either matter lacks consciousness or that it's an illusion, and that, you know, this awareness that we experience is the real self. But I feel like we're missing a vital part of the equation here. And that I think by taking that sort of panpsychist approach and sort of understanding, you know, that matter itself has its own intrinsic type of consciousness, then I think it makes more sense to conceptualize how a soul or a conscious being can be physically sort of aligned with a physical body in the first place. But there's sort of these two aspects of consciousness. So it's like it's like the awareness of the soul kind of gets entangled with the being of the body, but both the awareness of the soul and the being of the body represent two different sides, two different aspects of consciousness. So I think that's kind of the relationship I think consciousness has with the body, in that there's a kind of a masculine feminine dynamic. So the way the Fae kind of think of this, that awareness kind of represents the masculine aspect of consciousness, and being is the feminine aspect of consciousness. And sort of our body, our relationship to a body is almost kind of like a fetus attached to a mother, in the same way there's like, because you think about like an astral projection, I never experienced it, but I've heard about the trope of like the silver cord that we see when we astral project, and supposedly it gets severed when we physical death, in a way that's kind of like an umbilical cord. If you think about it, there's like a kind of like the Gaian matrix, the Gaian mother is kind of like, you know, keeping us here, like a kind of like an umbilical connection, almost like it's like we're born once, and then we, you know, through the physical body as we kind of go here, and then when we die, it's almost like the second umbilical cord is cut off, and then we experience our true birth of ourselves. So that's what I would say on the subject of this.
Wow. You guys, man, you just gave like 50 podcast themes in your last comments. Thank you. I don't even know where to begin. So how about condolences, brother, to you for the loss of your brother. A very difficult time for you, I suspect, and sounds like it still is. And for that, we're with you. We're with you. You know, it's Franklin, boy, I want to try to tie some of these thoughts together if I can pull it off. But when you put yourself in sound like Full Lotus, and you did the 6-hour tour, and you're just going to be that guy, sounds like you got a lot of Leo in your chart, or at least some important Leo, you know, to test the waters, so to speak, and go up through these different gates and just go. You know, it's it reminded me of it seems there's beings in our presence. There's beings that have the quality of what I would consider to be an old soul. It kind of like been there, done that. And it's for those of, well, we've got some age amongst us in this call here, right? And so we've had some experiences in this particular incarnation in this realm. And, you know, in my case, looking at the hairs there, you know, I've got maybe the most amount of gray or close to it. And so I've had some decades on this particular trip. And, you know, there's a part of me that, like, the longings of this particular experience are waning for me, like the desire, and therefore the attachments. It seems as though those are starting to wane. And I wonder, even with the 5 beings on this particular call, you know, perhaps we have different objectives, different intentions. You know, is there more to experience in the physical body? Is there more for us to experience or to feel or to do in the supersuit, you know, in this thing we call the body? And it seems to me that there's some of us that have just, it's run its course. We've been there, done that, and maybe it's time to exit, or maybe it's time to go to the next level. And most everybody, we've touched on a lot of the kind of the contemporary prevailing thoughts on what's going on here. And what I like to lean into the hermetics ideas, you know. And someone mentioned the law of one, and someone mentioned dimensionality, you know. And the way that I liken it is coming from this yogic perspective, and the as above, so below. And so we have the macrocosm, and then we essentially are the microcosm, right? And we've got these seven chakras, and these lower chakras, Muladhara and there's Vadhisthana, and these first couple, these lower chakras is where the wise souls amongst us suggest is where desires, where we're at in the human body in terms of when we desire or need the sex, for example, would be a great example. Do we long to experience the sexual act with another being, for example? And so there's a density that comes with that. And so I find, as we talk about life and death and rebirth, Franklin, you introduced us right out of the gate with this idea of, your understanding of this is sound, right? This is sound made manifest. And so let's explore that a little bit more, and maybe that can answer some more of our questions. It seems to me like there's a level of density. It's as though the more desire we have, the more longings that we have, which tend to root in these lower chakras, the more likely we are to embody a human body, right? And so as we go through the process, as we experience, as we no longer long for certain experiences, the desires start to run their course. Perhaps we start thinking about not our own specific experiences, but that of the other, or that of the community, or that of the whole. We start to recognize that, yes, perhaps this is us having God having a unique expression of itself. But at some point, it seems as though some of us are like, okay, it's time to go home. Let's test the ninth gate, right? Or let's call it a day. And let's, and I've had, to be honest with you, I've had that experience myself. Not so much as that I wanted to take the path of your brother there necessarily, but it was this notion that, what, if I was to meet with my maker tomorrow, that I'd be okay with that. And that there's certain freedom in that. And there's a certain freedom in that comes with that okayness. And Franklin, it sounds to me like perhaps there was a time in your life, at least perhaps before you had your boy, but there was a time when you were like, okay, well, maybe I'm gonna see if I can't progress on to the next level. And I'm wrapping up here, but this dimensionality, I think the law of one, they speak of it in densities, right? And that's kind of the way that I like to think about it. Is like, as long as I'm longing for dense things, then I'm going to have a dense body. I'm going to be materialized. I'm going to manifest into more dense material form. And as I shed those desires, those dense ideas, the sexual energy, that type of thing, as I elevate up through the chakras, and ultimately, perhaps when we become enlightened, then we can press on to the next level of density, or the next dimensionality. And that lastly, I'll just say, I wish I would have got the chance to read through it again, but Autobiography of a Yogi, Yogananda, his guru Sri Yukteswar wrote some really interesting books. He sent Yogananda to the West to teach us Westerners about the Eastern tradition. And in chapter 42 of Autobiography of the Yogi, he comes back and he speaks with his student Yogananda, and he describes to some degree what we're discussing here, attempts to describe from his experience. He rematerializes as an avatar, and he discusses this dimensionality. He discusses that we need to go up through these various realms, and I almost get the sense that it's this idea that this is a school of some sort, or this is a way station that, hey, we'll stay here as long as we're meant to, or as long as we feel like sticking around. And then ultimately, at some point, when we see the exit door in the bardo, maybe we'll take it. maybe it's just time, like, hey, it's been real. I'll see you at the next stop, guys, that type of thing. So that's my 2 cents for now.
Yeah, that's beautiful. It's been shown that people that have NDEs tend to make a shift potentially and will become changing their values and priorities in a transformative state. They will actually deepen their sense of meaning and purpose of life, have a more spiritual outlook, report a reduced fear of death, increased altruism, and a greater appreciation for life. Now, it's also been shown that psychedelic mushrooms for people that are chronically ill or like in hospice can help them confront death without the fear and have a more peaceful death. And so I think there's a lot of power to this. And we were talking earlier about all this fear associated with death. Now, I think a lot of people that have lived a long life and are kind of suffering in their older age kind of welcome death and the peace that it brings to them, the end of suffering that it can allow for. Also, individuals that are in excruciating, miserable conditions that are ready to move on from that. They know that there's no hope of overcoming it, and they're ready to be in a better place. So for those types of situations, people kind of will death to be somewhat of a blessing for them. But in the Japanese culture, death in the ancient times, death was considered to be something that can be honorable or dishonorable, and it was willful that an individual would have an honorable death. And sometimes that would mean that they would have to take their life early on to maintain the honor for their family and commit the acts of seppuku or harikari. So it's very interesting that in some cultures, they find that like dying in battle is an honorable death. And so they wish to die in battle. And if you live by the sword and die by the sword, maybe to die in battle is an honor if you can overcome the fear. But I feel like when you carry a fear about death, it changes the whole situation. And they found that people that take dimethyltryptamine or DMT as a psychedelic drug, it will make time stop for them, which kind of explains how, and it's been found that during birth and death that there's massive amounts of DMT that are released. And it's thought that when people have that review of life, or they see their whole life flash before their eyes at that point of death, that the DMT might be facilitating some kind of a life review where you can look back and experience like the whole of your life in that one instant of death. And so what could that mean is a lot of people may have taken that to mean that we will have our life under review and judgment, the gates of another realm where we'll appear to after that experience. But we really don't have too many individuals coming back from that other realm to be able to tell us what that's like. Although there was a great interview on the Shift Network here in Asheville, North Carolina, a few years ago where a woman's father had passed away and she had slipped into a coma. She was able to go to the other side and meet with him there. And she said that he was urging her to return because she had work left undone, and that he was kind of urgently trying to return himself because he missed the contrast there, the here in the living plane that they just don't seem to have on the higher plane. He said that it was very peaceful and very loving there, but there's really no balance. It's just all love and all light. And so after a while, it's hard for them to appreciate what they have there because they don't really see any glimpse of anything but all perfectness at all times. So that was her testimony of her coma experience, having conversed with the spirit of a loved one on the other side, which is very, very interesting and compelling. We don't really see too many of these people that have actually gone to the other side and spoke to other ones about what it's like there. So that was a pretty insightful interview that I was able to come across, and brings up a lot of questions. And I think what was asked earlier in the beginning of this talk is that, do our expectations of the afterlife influence what we experience? And I think that they definitely can and should. I feel like when we create a meaning of life, and Alan Watts would suggest that we have to create the meaning of life in this life experience for ourselves, and that what we create for our life experience and it could influence what we experience at the point of death. And I feel like the fear that comes with it is not necessarily that something that we've created for ourselves. It's something that's been pushed down on us. And so you have to wonder, is it possible to mislead people about the sacredness of death and make them into a place where they will lose out on the ability to ascend at that point of death, maybe because their fear will keep them anchored back? You guys think this could be a possibility? I feel like there could be something there. Maybe we can liberate ourselves from this.
You know, I think honestly, this kind of explains like the psychology of sort of like, you know, angelic beings in the Bible, but, you know, beings that were probably a little bit more rebellious and they had kind of a violent nature towards attitude, because like you said, they live in this realm that's so perfect and so easy that they don't really have a sense of perspective of how difficult it is in the world that we live in. So they're just kind of like, oh, why are you doing all these sin and all these terrible things? It's just easy. Just, you know, don't have sex and don't enjoy meat and don't do anything bad. It's so easy for and they look at this, they don't realize that living down in this earth, how, you know, difficult it can be to live in this world and be graceful, just in terms of all the, you know, the obstacles and stuff like that. And I think that's one of the reasons why I was so drawn to the Fae, because they didn't have this kind of like, you know, when it comes to like angels and demons, I feel like they're two extremes. Like you have the demonic side where it's like it's all favoring, you know, darkness and nihilism and death and destruction and hurting people. And obviously there's all that negative stuff. But then you have the angelic side where everything is all about, you know, perfection and oneness and wholeness, and everything is perfect and there's love. And to me, the Fae, like, you know, one of the reasons why I think I resonate with them so much is from like a spiritual point of view. It's like they have a neutral perspective on the spirit world. You know, it's not like they're biased towards the darkness or the light. They're kind of this sort of this twilight in between sort of being, where they kind of, you know, play in both of those kind of circles, if you will. And so from that perspective, it's like, because these beings are so much more, they're in tune with the natural world, that they're in tune with the sort of the animalic experiences of, you know, eating and sexuality. In a way, they have more empathy for us. They have a deeper understanding of what we go through and the difficulties that we deal with. And I think one of the reasons I was able to, you know, open up to them so much is because I think we all have certain things that we feel like, you know, we're insecure about, we're ashamed of, and we're embarrassed by. And feeling that these are, you're dealing with entities that are sort of flawed in the same way that you are, because they embody this sort of animal-like nature, you feel safe letting them in, because it's kind of like, you know, you're letting in sort of like a fellow, you know, being who is like, you know, enamored by the temptations of the flesh, rather than some angel that's sort of wagging its finger and scolding at you and saying, look at all these terrible things you've done. Look at how you've fallen short. Look at how you've, you know, denied the sacred and the divine. Whereas I feel like the Fae, in a lot of ways, they just sort of accept me for who you are. And they recognize, like, look, you know, you're flawed and you're not perfect, but so are we. And I think that there's something kind of cool about that. So I was just kind of jumping by that. I think these angels, they are kind of more these upper light beings, but in the sense, it's kind of like they're spiritually privileged. They live in a dimension and a part of the universe that's very easy, where things are kind of handed to them, and they have all these powers and these abilities, and they really don't have the actual understanding of what it is to be in this world and to be, you know, limited and deal with all kinds of, like, you know, unfairness and darkness and confusion. And so I think when you're talking, Indy, before about how, you know, in that kind of this realm of light, that there's kind of this sense that people are spoiled and they don't appreciate, you know, how great it is there. I think there is some genuine insight to be had in that inquiry.
Yeah, that makes me kind of think about other dichotomies between the angels and demons. The angels are said to be androgynous and don't have any sexual gonads. They're not male or female. They're just kind of an angel. That's been said. And so also, as far as the demons go, it's not exactly clear whether they're androgynous, but they are usually depicted as male. And if there's been female demons, there's not been many of them, I don't think. Also, the fallen angels are very demonic, and they were made by wrongly breeding between two different classes of people that were not supposed to mix. And so they were later said to become molesters of the people. The red-headed giants by the Paiute people were said to have molested them on the regular and were sometimes cannibalistic. So demons do seem very sexual as far as the history of their various scales of their being. And then the angels are not sexual, I don't think, from what I've heard. You guys have the same experience?
You know, I've been thinking about, in terms of sex, that there's different kinds of ways that beings experience sex, right? So I'm thinking, like, what's the difference between the more spiritual version and the more demonic version? Because obviously the Fae that I work with, they're very sexual beings, but there really does seem to be a component of love and compassion to it. And I think that when it comes to sexuality, there's the kind where you really feel like, you know, you're connecting to something. You feel it's very sensuous. You feel the touch of the skin, the smell of the breath, the sound of the voice, and you look into that person's eyes and you feel that interconnection between consciousness. Whereas I feel more of the darker demonic sexuality is more about numbness. It's about, can I, make love to this person so much that I no longer feel any kind of like pain or rage. It becomes this kind of like this numbing sort of like opiate where you're not really doing it as a form of connection, but you're rather kind of doing it as sort of a way to kind of sort of quiet down the anger, quiet down. And I was just thinking about that, because in a lot of ways, I think when it comes to just experiencing pleasure in general, not even related to sex, I think that we all experience pleasure differently, or there's different ways we connect to it, dimensionally and spiritually.
I think that numbness thing might be a reflection of a masculine impulse. Though, like in the case of a succubus, I think she's getting off on this. I think she's enjoying the ride. Just as an idea of the different, ideas of demonic energy. I want to bounce back to something that you were saying, cause as well, Indy. You're talking about the other place. Now, I'm not quite sure where. I mean, this is a long time ago. I'm not quite sure how or why I ended up there. But I was awake. I was looking at a plant. And funny you talk about this, Cosmic. I was connecting with a plant on an almost psychically sexual level. I know that sounds weird. But it was like, when you enter a woman as a man, you feel her, right? You feel her feelings. You feel what's going on in her. You become like a part of her. Like you literally are inside her. You feel like you're inside her. And I had this feeling with a plant once. I mean, specifically this one time. And I really went with it. And the plant swallowed me up. And it was a very strange experience, because my eyes were open and I felt myself project out through my eyes, literally. I felt myself move out through my eyes into the plant, and I was like traveling through, I don't know what I was traveling through. And then I was spat out somewhere else. And I was like, wow. I remember this place. I know where I am. And the laws of physics were different. It took me a while to wrap my head around this. I like you would move without normal locomotion. Right? You don't have to like walk around. You know, here, like you got to walk and everything's an effort, right? But there, and it wasn't an astral plane or an etheric template or something like that. Those are different. I've experienced both of those like long before then, and in different ways, in a lot of ways. This was an actual place, like this is a place. Like physical dimensions, you know, that they were there. The etheric plane might seem like this place, but there's something missing. There's something like you're actually here. When you're in the etheric plane, you're actually here, but you're not on this level. So like when you leave your body, if you're passing over to the other side, first you're in the etheric plane. And from there you make a transition to the astral plane. And from there you make a transition to that place where your memories everything gets stripped out, or that process of that transition. But this other place was the most lush place I've ever experienced in my life. I'll never forget the lushness. And it took me a while to wrap my head around how to move around. It was like, I kept wanting to do things the old way, and I was actually, you know what, I can just do this. And I could just like, and suddenly there I was, and there was this great tree. And this tree was great. And I was like, wow, this is my tree. I just knew it was my tree. And I went up into the tree, and my consciousness was trying to say, well, I'm going to have to build my house in this tree. And my mind was like, well, I can do this. I can build like this. And there was this reverberation from the plane I was in, where the whole plane said to me, no, in a way, reverberating back in my consciousness. And then I realized, hold on, who's that? Oh, that's you, the tree, you're talking to me. Whoops. So, like, she could grow to my requirements. I just had to let her know what I needed, and she would grow to my requirements. And so there was this, she grew to make what I needed. And then I manifested this black slate obsidian square that I would sit on. And I would just sit on this thing, and I would just remember. So like, spent a long time sitting and remembering. Time, I have no idea of time. I didn't, it wasn't like a half an hour experience or something. This is a long experience. This is probably what people would equate to DMT experiences, where they tell you they've lived like long periods somewhere else. But there wasn't any DMT involved. It was just a natural experience. And my DMT experience was very different, actually. But then I would sit and remember. And I got to a point where, okay, I've reached a threshold. And somehow I was in communication with everything and everything. There wasn't the separation from the space that we used to here. It was so much. And then I could feel her far away. And so she was coming, and then she came. And then she was there with me. And she was a different to me, a woman. But like there wasn't any physical of that stuff, sexual, any of that kind of attraction. And then she would sit on that slate that I'd somehow charged up. And she would remember, and I'd be in the presence of her remembering, just with her, like inside her consciousness. So the sex isn't physical. It's like the sex of the plant thing. It's a whole another weird kind of thing. You're just inside her, but in her spirit, in her soul, in her consciousness. And she got to a point, and then we were together. And then there was a celebration happening. And we went to meet with other... I almost want to call it like a... What do you call it when you get people together? Like a dinner, whatever, dinner session. but there wasn't food involved. Thinking about it, I didn't eat. There was no food. There was no eating. And we drifted there. I say drift because it's like it's how you move. And those people lived on the ground. But they manifested a kind of a field around them that would change according to the requirements that they needed on the ground. So that field changed the environment inside that field. You know, the environment was what they required. My tree looked after the environment that I required. I didn't have to think about the environment. They would maintain the environment through their consciousness. And it's like a field you would pass through. And me and my consort passed through this field, and we were all in this telepathic union, which we spent time in. And then, you know, that was done, and we went back to our tree. And then I would sit in deep contemplation in this tree, just remembering. And in those memories, there were a lot of other carnations. So I would sit remembering other lives in other worlds, not just this one. And I remember then there was this sorrow in me of having to leave. Like, okay, well, now you got to leave. And it wasn't like I was being kicked out or something. It was just like a recognition of, okay, I've done my time here, now I've got to come back. And then I had to travel back, and I came back out of the plant, back into my eyes. And, you know, it was a lot later. I don't know how many hours or whatever, but it was a lot later in the day, because it was during the daytime. But, you know, very interesting. You mentioned that, Indy. I think, like, these experiences, I think more people have had these experiences, but they don't know what it is. And maybe because they don't know what it is, they can't, you wouldn't be able to put it into a context if you've got the wrong framework of what reality is. You know, even back then, I understood that reality was dream time, that this was just, you speak about consciousness and matter, cosmic. Like, as a child, I understood that this table is consciousness vibrating at a different frequency to my thought. But my thought and this table, there was no difference, right? It's just different frequencies of sound. And thoughts sound as well. And wood is sound. And everything is, so this is consciousness. This is a different frequency of consciousness. To my skin is a different frequency of consciousness. To the thoughts are a different frequency of consciousness. To the feelings are a different frequency of consciousness. And it's just all consciousness. So I don't actually draw distinctions between matter and consciousness. I just see matter as one side of consciousness, and then you see the other side of consciousness. And it's like two halves. You know, I think the yang yin symbol, wow, it just says it all, doesn't it? So like that's my, just what you said reminded me of that, made me think like, wow, it's not something I think about a lot because I don't know what it is. I don't want to say it's heaven, but my gosh, that is a place where you wouldn't ever want to leave.
I have some theories onto what that place is. So one of the things I've noticed in my, let me actually get a, I'm going to do a little screen share here for a second, because I wanted to, because I think this will actually be relevant here. So basically, the way that I have the sort of the dream realm or the astral plane or what have you, if you will, let's see. We want to do this, and then.
Are you sharing?
There we go. There we go. You let's see if I see it on my screen or not. But yeah. So basically, so where my mouse right here is. So this is the Zarfex diagram. So each circle basically represents an infinite 3-dimensional plane. So kind of like the I think someone was talking about a hamster wheel. I don't know if it was here or was in a chat room some other day. But anyway, so this sector right here of the dream realm, this is sort of the normal dream realm where you have sort of the archetypical sort of figures, your archetypes. And this up here, the Kizerfax dimension, this is more the dream realm of plants, animals, and so it's basically kind of outside of the sort of the human dream realm, and you're sort of getting into the primordial kind of plant dream realm. And so what you were describing, Shaman, is this sort of this third sector right here, the Kizerfax channel, whereas the DMT realm would be way up here in the Vidzerfax channel. So that's why you were able to make the distinction between those two things. And ultimately, I think when it comes to the spiritual realm, I think that if you kind of like look at it, zoom out, and you look at it from the large scale, the kind of the aspects of the dream realm that relates to sort of religion, mythology, et cetera, really only makes up a very small part of the spiritual realm. And that description of this realm where you had all these like sentient plants and organic consciousnesses, sort of talking about stuff, I think that the actual spiritual realm, that the majority of the spiritual realms in the universe are more like that organic plant consciousness that you were essentially talking about. And I think that when it comes to like the mineral kingdom, I think there must be some kind of equivalent of that there must be some kind of like sentient crystal space that if one would meditate could also project their consciousness into, so that one could understand crystal consciousness as it will. But when it comes to like, talking about people in the normal dream realm, this blue Zaphras channel I'm talking about, this is basically the dream realm that most average people go to when they either have a dream at night or they have some kind of astral projection out of body experience. And then the Eedzerfax channel, this is the lower part of the astral plane. This is sort of the void plane. This is where a lot of the sort of the either kind of random alien ideas or more of your nightmarish spirits and types of entities tends to hang out. And then they kind of like slip up into this channel when we have nightmares. So I just kind of wanted to point that out because I was like, oh, Bush Whisperer is describing the Kizerfax channel with this plant story here. And this is kind of basically sort of how I just like when I map out the when people talk about spiritual planes or spiritual experience, I figure like, okay, which Zerfax did they exist in? Was it this one? Is it this one? Is it this one? Et cetera, et cetera. So I just kind of wanted to share that.
Yeah, that's very interesting. You mentioned DMT earlier. Yeah.
Yeah.
And my experience of that was really strange. I didn't take it in slow release form like ayahuasca, right? Like I think your body regulates how much DMT you can get in your blood like that. I had the pure resin, a chunk of it. The pure DMT resin. And I smoked that. And I felt like I was hit with a hammer. Literally, I felt like I was hit with a hammer. I'll never forget the sensation of going up so fast that I almost wanted to make this like, yeah, kind of, feeling of like, have you ever been in a ride in the amusement park and you feel like you're going up really fast and it's just like, whoa, exhilaration feeling? Felt like that, but like more crazy fast. Like I literally, I describe the experience like being shot out of a cannon. That's what it feels like, right? That's what it would feel like to be shot out of a cannon. And then you get shot out of this proverbial cannon and you go up really quick and then it's like, you mentioned crystal consciousness, cosmic. And I was in a crystal. I was inside a crystal, but the crystal, now this is interesting how much of this is top loading, how much isn't. But I was sitting inside a Shri Yantra. You know the Shri Yantra, right, Rick? It's
Yeah.
the triangles with the triangles. I always find the Sri Yantra confusing. When I look at it, I'm always like looking at it and I can never figure it out. Right? You just stare at it endlessly in those triangles. You're almost getting there. You're almost there, you know. You're almost you're almost figuring out what it means, but you never quite get there. That's what a Sri Yantra means to me, right? That's the one with all of the little. Let me try and find one here and get it while I'm talking to you. And so anyway, I was in this Sri Yantra, and red and green. Let's say red and green, because that's a good way to see it for your eyes. And I was sitting inside a kind of I suppose this will have to do. I was sitting inside this crystal, and it was like, I find it almost impossible to explain the scale of what I experienced in terms of time dilation. Basically, the only way I can describe this, so there's the Sri Yantra, that geometry. And I was like right in the center of that geometry, but it was like a crystal around me. It's like 3-dimensional, and I was sitting in the middle of it. And in front of me, there was what seemed to be a big screen, like an endlessly big screen. And on this screen, I could see almost infinitely far. I don't know, like these are just the way it felt. I don't know if I could see infinitely far, but it felt like I could just see the ends of whatever. And then I could see all of these things grouping and coming in my screen, and it was like I felt like I was looking into myself at all the different processes of my brain, all the different aspects of me. And at that time, it just happened to be a helicopter above my head, a police helicopter. Didn't think much of it at the time, but I remembered I could hear the I could hear the wind bouncing off of each blade as it slowly moved. And I could see that the propellers were moving very slowly. And I was like in a kind of but the interesting thing was I could still hear the helicopter above me. And because I could hear the helicopter, I was conscious of something. And it felt like there was a beam coming out of the helicopter. Very strange. I don't know if this is real. But what I noticed was all of these things that were appearing, and it's almost like you're looking at a screen, and there's 1 program, 2 program, 3 program, 4 program, and then it's expanding, and there's like hundreds of programs and thousands of programs, and somehow your mind can keep track of all of these different programs. And these programs were coming at me. And they were all coming at me at once. And somehow I was able to at once scan all of these programs, almost like a kind of a computer. It sounds weird. And I was picking up, flagging like, hold on, this is about behavioral, how to behave around the police. Don't like that. Oh, this is about how to behave in that situation. I don't like that. And it was like I was looking at all different levels of conditioning within myself. And I was like, I don't like these downloads. There was like all these downloads coming. And something inside of me said, no, I don't know whether I approve of like these downloads. And so somehow I took all of the downloads and I somehow compressed it. I compressed them all. Like I pulled them all into a sphere and I compressed them all into a sphere. And I sealed that sphere with my thought. And I put pressure on it and pressure and pressure and pressure and pressure until it imploded. And that implosion was like a powerful resonance that went through all aspects of my being. And when that happened, I was kicked back down into my body, and I watched, there's all these dials in our heads. And this dial was slowing down, and this dial was slowing down, and that dial was slowing down. And I watched each dial slow down until I can only explain this like mentally flatlining. There was just nothing. And then slowly, after some period of waiting, the one dial started to turn slowly. And then that cog started another cog turning. And all the cogs, one by one, started slowly turning, and I started getting back into cognition. Now, I didn't know that I was being handed the DMT pipe. I was caught off guard. I knew this guy who had all these different grades of DMT. And he said, I've got some special shamanic grade for you. I'm going to give you some. I was like, yeah, cool, man. I didn't realize he was going to load it in a pipe and hand it to me. I thought he was handing me a charas pipe. So, of course, I hit the pipe like there's no tomorrow. And I think I was on some psychedelics. I think I'd consumed some mushrooms and a bit of lysergic. So I was already in a very open state, and I'd been dancing. So I would only consume psychedelics if I'm dancing. And it was in the woods. We were dancing in the woods. It was a very small gathering of people, a very small in the woods in the UK. And it wasn't a big like commercial thing or anything. It was just a word of mouth. This person's got a rig, like we used to do in the old days, back in the 90s. So anyway, you don't get that anymore. It was such a pleasure, right? Like it wasn't, you weren't buying tickets or something. You just gave a donation to like the guys with the sets, like the guys with the equipment, and they would split up the donations with the DJs and stuff. And that was what it was. It was so cool. So anyway, this cognition started turning up, and I was like very slow. And the first thing I remember was the sound of the thoughts of the trees. I was like, I could hear the trees thinking, but I had to stop for a long period of time. Maybe your mind's got a flat line for like 5 minutes without a single thought, or 10 minutes, to catch a small syllable of thought of the trees. That's like one syllable. And then you got to do that for long to get like a few syllables. And to get one word of tree talk takes like maybe half an hour, 45 minutes of being in a state without any thinking. But in that slow state of mind, I was hearing the trees, and I was like, oh my gosh, the trees are talking. But not like the way that we talk. They talk like in a different scale of time. That was my experience of DMT, and I didn't feel crossing over to the other side, although that flat line where my brain literally shut down, I think I went brain dead. I think what happened was my brain literally turned off. It was like on some level I rejected all programming. And I said, no, I will not tolerate any programming. And I just shut down my brain. You know, like a computer, you restart it and then it's fresh. Does that make sense? That's what it was like for me. It was like restarting a device where maybe you've got a few bugs in the system of your device. And then restarting that device gives you a... But it was very interesting sitting inside that Sri Yantra. I'd never experienced, and it made me, it felt like I was sitting inside a crystal. So I don't know what you make of, what you guys make of that, but I think like, you know, this what you were talking about, Indy, this DMT, very interesting stuff. Very interesting, like, you know, there was something of a similarity to when I passed when I was a child. There was one thing that was similar. It was how intensely awake I was. Yeah. Like the amount of awakeness, I'd never reached that level of awakeness. And this was a one time I'd gone off to this party in the UK with a good friend of mine. It was a friend's birthday, and he had been like, come with me, come. It's going to be like a small gathering of people. It's friends. Got a rig in the forest. It's going to be really nice. It was a very small group of people. They were really lovely, lovely, lovely people. You know, must have been only like 100, 200 people at this little party in the woods. Maybe a couple hundred people. And like he had all these little goodies. Like he was like, oh, go on, have a bit of shrooms. I was like, yeah, okay. So I just thought, may as well enjoy the environment. This is serendipity. It's coming to me. I'm gonna make use of this experience. And the interesting thing was, after that, I was always in tune with trees. I was always in tune with plants. But since that, my sensitivity to trees is greater. Like the emotions of trees. What are your thoughts of this? You know, this I think relates to what you were talking about, or what Cosmic was talking about. This animal souls. Like I've experienced a lot of animal things with other people passing away, which is interesting. Then animals come to me, strange animals in the energy field, not physically necessarily, but like I see them coming to me, and I'm like, that's like, who are you? I've like not had you. I've got like certain animals that sort of are like, you know, my animals. They're not all like, some of them are, you know, unicorn and Pegasus isn't like a physical animal, is it? But they're like part of my little crew. And, you know, serpents and cats and eagles and, you know, these guys are always out there talking to me. But it's interesting, sometimes I'll see like I remember a doe deer, and another time a kind of a rodent. And, you know, different creatures come to me because I used to look after people that were passing over. In as I mentioned, I did palatal care. And doing palatal care, I used to have these animals that would come to me as if to say, like, I am with her. And I'm coming to let you know now that it's time. But trees, I think tree spirits. What are your guys' thoughts on tree spirits and the connection with plant tree spirits?
Well, I have a theory called the prokaryotic hive mind theory, which suggests that all consciousness comes from the bacteria, and all eukaryotic cells carry mitochondria, which have bacterial DNA. So trees seem to have come first to, you know, be the homotrophs that they are. They can create sunlight and minerals, inorganic minerals, into organic material, and they are the ones that create the energy for the heterotrophs. So it would be thought that the plants are the most wise and ancient and advanced. And the guy that created the Earth ships, he had a vision at the top of a Mayan temple that plants are the most advanced species on Earth because they don't need to locomote anywhere. They've designed themselves in such a way that everything they need is brought to them, and they thrive abundantly. And if they're damaged, it can help them propagate more. So they've really figured things out and seem to be way more advanced than any other life forms in a lot of ways. But it seems that heterotrophs and homotrophs kind of have a real complementary relationship because we breathe out the carbon dioxide that they breathe in, and our waste is their fertilizer. So it almost seems like they were kind of designed to live amongst each other, and that it seems like the plants don't really need mitochondria to create energy, since they can do photosynthesis and photosynthetic energy. So it would seem that the mitochondria there are much like the philosophers of humankind. They don't need to go to work, so they have time to contemplate and just philosophize because they're not very busy. They're just there for respiration in the plants. And the plants have that stillness, and the stillness allows for a greater awareness. And when we're moving around too much in life and in our minds, it's like muddying up the waters in Taoism. So when our minds can be clear and still, and we can stop thinking so fastly, and we can calm the mind, those are times when we can access the divine within us better. So there's something there that we can learn a lot from plants, and we can commune with plants to learn from them. People have been able to converse with the spirits of plants to learn wisdom before, and many testimonies have said this. I've experienced it myself personally as well.
Yeah, I'm picking up what you guys are laying down. No doubt. No doubt. I mean, Franklin, when you were talking about making love to the tree, you know, or the plants, the yeah. Yeah, it seems everything's a sexual act, right? The one goes into two and it makes the three, right? Back to the three. And of course the trees, pardon me.
1 + 1 = 3.
Yes. But this it's interesting, Andy, when you were talking about the presence of the trees and the plants and their stillness. They don't have to locomote. They're still, and in that stillness is where we can tap into the force, right? It's interesting. We're talking about death and rebirth, and I started out by recounting the tale of my father leaving this particular incarnation, or this particular physical body, and we've spent the majority of the rest of the 2.5 hours talking about you know, basically our own individual experiences being something other than that, right? Kind of the force. The seems like George Lucas got at least something right in Star Wars, right? This force is real and it animates everything, and somehow it seems when we can slow ourselves down, when we can go into the mental void. Sometimes it takes deep meditation. Sometimes it takes DMT or psilocybin mushrooms. Sexual union with another, going into divine union, is a beautiful place to find ourselves transcending the density of form, and then communing with the in a different way with the unified field that you mentioned earlier, Andy. You know, from my perspective, that's where everything emanates. You know, Franklin, you mentioned consciousness. You don't differentiate between consciousness and matter, and nor do I. It's just at various states of frequency. In fact, I believe that we all have an energetic signature, or a sound signature, for lack of a better, and we come into sympathetic resonance with with uh, other, let's call them beings, so to speak. We're in resonance, um, and I've often, um, in these last 5-6 years, since I got out of the madness, really, the more into the stillness, and then starting to commune with other beings that have done the same. Um, you know, we start to recognize that we come together for, there's more that's going on than that there's some kind of resonance that happens. There's an energetic resonance. We're thinking about the same thing. We're talking about the same ideas. We're experiencing similar things. And often when in not so much in the digital space, but in uh, the, I guess you could call it the physical one-to-one, mano-a-mano, face-to-face space. When I meet a member of the tribe, or someone that the span arises, and the sexual energy is present. I've noticed that, and that doesn't necessarily just need to be with another human being, but oftentimes, um, and somehow I've come to realize that it can be intensely sexual, um, but not. It's like it's that same energy is present, but there isn't that romantic. It's like you're smiling, Franklin, because I think you know what I mean. It's like there's a I'll give you an example. I'm best I can tell after my 53 years is I'm a pretty heterosexual as a preference, you know, and that's just kind of the way. But there's been times when I would, in the beginning of meeting people that are now what I would consider part of my tribe, like other men, for example, there is this stoking of the eros when we come in, when the sympathetic resonance brings us together in physical proximity. There is some kind of stoking of that life force, and then of course the sparks fly, right? And it's but the sparks of ideas, it's like something else is born, like the one and the two, the masculine feminine energies, what have you, come together, and new concepts are spawned, or conversations like this happen, um and it's really super beautiful, and it's so beyond what the structures, um the institutions, the educational institutions. It's so far beyond what's expressed to us as young people. It's so beyond what our parents are able to convey to us, because they simply can only speak from their own experience and their own understandings, and therefore they can't pass along to us something that they didn't have. Um, and so it's just all of the things that we're talking about, of course, have been occulted. Um, I think intentionally in a lot of ways, and so that so if we don't understand these things, if we don't understand that we are the force, you know, made manifest, right, in these particular super suits, um, and we are led to believe that we are the body, for example, um, you know, there's power in over that ignorance, and it seems to me that is a tool that the quote unquote powers of be have used this occulted knowledge of who we are, and therefore um, getting us Judeo-Christian folks to think that there's a heaven or there's a hell. I mean, I really never even contemplated reincarnation until, I mean, really, until say the last 15 years, you know, so trapped in this Judeo-Christian idea that if I'm a good little boy, I'm going to go to heaven. And if I'm a bad little boy, well, I might burn and rot in hellfire. Well, what is that going to do, right? Of course, that's going to keep me in fear. And if I'm in fear, then I'm going to be um, if we think about what does fear feel like? Fear feels heavy to me. Fear feels dense. Fear keeps me down in my asshole, frankly, pardon my language, right? When I'm in fear, I am fearing for my safety, my daughter's safety, my lovely bride to be face feet, you know, safety and that type of thing. And that's dense, and that's heavy. And that seems like it's going to anchor me to this particular dense manifestation, right? And so it's an interesting tool. It's an interesting tool. Of course, you guys are experts at dissecting the myths and the religions and these spiritual traditions across the world. And you know, as we break out of these boxes, we can contemplate different ideas, and that has been super freeing for this guy. And you know, just the recognition that we can make love and commune with the trees, and if we slow ourselves down um, enough, that we can hear the trees talk or think, you know. I mean, it's just implausible to 99% of the people that from the place where I hail, you know, Detroit. uh, my goodness, they'd think that I'd been smoking DMT, right? Or taking a lot of acid, probably from Detroit, right? And listening to classic Led Zeppelin and whatnot, they would have a real difficult time parsing through this conversation. And but that's okay, and so they're operating from more from an unconscious state, and no judgment, and um, we're all on a journey, it seems, to know thyself and become consciously aware of who we are. And we've used a variety of different methods in order to slow down, again, back to the trees and the wisdom of the trees. And I'd like to just recount a quick story about um, my coming to this understanding that there's a lot more going on in nature and in the trees and with the animal spirits and the nature spirits and these types of things. And that was after bringing ceremony and ritual, right? And so for the first half of life, mostly first 40 years, taking drugs recreationally, not with sacredness, not with an intent to know, not with an intent to commune, but just kind of unconsciously. And so as soon as I brought ritual and ceremony and sacredness into this, the use of psilocybin, for example, it was a whole different experience, and it was um, just incredible. And I had plenty of mushroom experiences, but when I was up in the Sierra Madres, when I was taking the mushrooms that were grown with care, grown in the area in which I took them, and with people who had uh, a real connection to these beautiful beings, and honored them. It's wow, what a different experience. And it was for the first time in my life, it was suggested to me that uh, after we take the mushrooms and with some lime and let them do their thing for half an hour, to go into meditation. And we made a fire. There were 7 of us, and the idea was just to keep the eyes closed and to stay in the meditative state as the mushrooms took hold. And there was a number of ritual things that we did prior to this, and I found myself in the river prior to this, so I was quite cold as I was laying down on the earth next to the fire in a meditative state. And that's when the mycelium presented themselves to me. And Indy, when you were talking, I can't remember the words that you used, but it reminded me of the mycelium, all of these different cords or strands or something. What was it that you described? Do you remember what I'm talking?
Sure.
Like a
Roots.
connection point,
Tendrils.
roots,
Tendrils
Yeah.
extending
Yes.
from inside of you to the outside, like
Yes,
and these 3
precisely.
eyes.
Precisely. And so the it was the most beautiful 4K experience with my eyes closed, of seeing the waves of mycelium and these tendrils just doing their dance. And ultimately they did their dance in me, and so they entered me. And so I think I was in a very feminine, receptive state on this day, very open to the experience. And so the mycelium were working on me. I'm convinced of this, that they entered into my um into my through my ear, and they were healing me. I have this notion that there was some work with karma was going on as well. And it was the most fascinating experience. And the elementals were I experienced the elementals in such a different way. The wind in particular was profound. Um, and after some time, I'd say better part of an hour, I was able to, I guess, come back into um, enough embodiment to move from where I was and to go kneel next to the fire. And wow. Now, okay, we were hanging out. I was in the river, and then I came up and I was kind of dealing with the element of water, and then the air came across my body, and then as it was almost dancing with the mycelium, and then boy, standing in front of the fire. Now, wow. Now that was a whole nother level of watching these beings dancing in the fire. And so my goodness, what an experience. Long and short of it, after that running its course for say 2.5 hours or so, and things starting to come down, and I think we were on a medium dose. It wasn't a hero's dose or anything like this. It was, maybe 5 or 6 grams, something to this nature. I was coming down, coming back into my body a little bit, and then open the eyes and really now I'm interested in the environment around me. And I know you guys have experienced this, but when you see nature and see the life, the nature in a whole completely different way, where the vibrance of the greens, seeing oh man, 100 different shades of green. Is that possible? And you could see the life force in the different plants, and in particular in the trees. The older trees didn't have that they had a duller green, or it was just a different color. There was a vibrancy was different. And I made my way to the patriarch of this part of the forest, and it was a great pine tree, and it was there. The tree had manifested, and this was something that I could witness in the absence of psilocybin mushrooms, had manifested what appeared to be a human face. Like when I was still coming down from the psilocybin, the human face was moving and talking to me. But even as that experience waned, and the next day, and as I'm paying homage to this incredible tree, um, and with embrace, right, with coming in with embrace, the tree has a face, it's like, oh my gosh. And you want to talk about this new appreciation for nature, a new appreciation for what the heck's going on. And like the Lord of the Rings, when the trees are doing their things, and it's like, okay, I get it, Tolkien. I finally understand that there's some real wisdom here. And what a blessing. Nature is such a blessing, and it seems like we are being convinced to move away from it. And fortunately, us shamans, we know better. As long as we can, we're going to hang on to that. And it sure is nice to be in sympathetic resonance with you guys, because we're recounting our personal stories here, but I know exactly what I'm talking about, because you've experienced it all, which is beautiful. So.
Yeah, that life force, that prana, that you. It's very interesting how we've been trained into this, and I'm sure Cosmic's going to probably have a lot to say about this. We've been trained into this belief system of this. What's the better? What are the better words to describe it as? This materialism, this materialistic mechanical universe, and it often comes up. And it seems like it's by design, because when you get that materialistic mechanical ideology in the head, it actually disconnects one. There are two things that can't occupy the same space, like fire and water. Yeah, like either the fire will dampen the water, or the water will, either the fire will evaporate the water, or the water will damp out the fire. But they can't coexist. They just don't want to. And this ideology of materialism, it seems like it's being planted. It doesn't seem like it's an accident, And it makes me think of like time when I lived in the jungle and how the small things are so amazing. Okay, like I wasn't eating much, and I was obviously most of my life I didn't use any substances. People are under this idea, well, you're a shaman, you must be taking loads of psychedelics. No, I don't. Most of my life I took nothing. When I took a lot, but otherwise I didn't take much. Like, I mean, I did when I was younger. I went through a whole phase of wanting to catalog, but it was more like a science experiment of cataloging each experience and building a database, in my head, until I realized it was defunct and pointless. Like really, I'm just lazy. I've got to work harder. Yeah, I got to work harder, and I think like this whole connection with nature is so incredibly powerful, because like in some of my initiations that I've had, they've always been with animals, and it's always involving me and animals and contact. I might have mentioned it before, a big constrictor, like big. Like, I know. Almost the length of the room I'm in. I'm in like a 10-meter room. Like I'm talking like 7 meters, 8 meters, like a long boa, right? And she's in my arms and she's twirling and she's kissing me. And once again, it sounds wrong, doesn't it? Like I was just in a total state of holding her and she was in my mind. I was inside her mind. She was in me. And she kissed me. And I felt her tongue touch my tongue, because my mouth wasn't completely closed. I was in a state of reverie, holding her in my arms. And I mean, this isn't like, this is in the wilderness. And I had called her to me. Like I'd called her. I was like, okay, I'm ready for you. Come to me. And she came. And then when I approached her, she was a bit nervous of me. And I was like, no. Like, this is cool. And then she came to me and she got more curious. And when she came to me, there was something else. Like she wasn't what I thought she was. And I think this is what they've done to us. They've given us this mechanicalistic idea of that's a snake, that's a tree, that's that's an elephant, that's a boar, that's a this, that's a this, and so that's a scorpion. The first creature that I really made a powerful bond with was a scorpion. Like as a child, and many creatures. So like we can actually call creatures. We can call them, like reach out with our thoughts and call them, and they will come to us. We don't even have to say anything. They're just we and them are one. And so this bond of separation between me and this beautiful creature, this serpent, she was a part of me, I was a part of her. Then I realized, hold on, you've always been here with me. You're not in this body. This body is just a piece of like a reflection of you. You are here. It's like the lights go on moment of like, oh my gosh, and I suddenly, in that moment, I had visions of myself. A decade before, dancing, and I used to go into a deep trance when I danced. And I would dance, I would go outside of my body. I would experience other times. I would relive other time zones. And then come back in, and my body is just doing whatever my body's doing, spinning around and doing cartwheels and circles. And I would recognize these things moving inside of me. And I'd look down inside myself and I'd see these serpents twirling and dancing inside of me. These serpents would be like moving. And that moment when I connected with her, I was like, oh my gosh, it was you that made me dance. I wasn't pulling these strings. You were pulling these strings. I was like out there and my body was doing these things, and And then I come in and my hands are doing all sorts of weird gestures, and there's a language. And then I'd watch myself and I'd be like, hold on, I'm saying something. My body's talking. And there's a language here. And I'd be like, that's some kind of an angelic language. Where is it coming from? And it's like coming from these serpents inside of me. And then realizing that in the jungle, she's kissing me on my lips. And she could end my life right now if she wanted to. But she's not. She's a part of me. I'm a part of her. And so I think these initiations in life that can come to us, the most powerfully through nature. This is my instinct, my perspective, my experience. And I think that we've been driven out of nature into a mechanicalized society where everything's mechanically controlled, and there's engines and there's roads and everything's blocks, and it's all like mechanical houses, mechanical doors, mechanical electric fences, mechanical motor vehicles, this thing with mechanical buttons and sending like little sparks and electrical currents, and so that you're there, but it's all just like lots of little mechanical reactions creating lights on a screen with an LCD, LED, you know? And now I'm seeing you here, and this whole reality that we've sculpted for ourselves is so mechanical. I'm looking at the window and it's like little square little blocks. Okay, there's a really lovely door. It's got these little cute little things like that, but it's very old. This is an old house, 100 years old. So, you know, I do think that all of this mechanical lifestyle and why we're not living in earthships is part of a by design thing to keep us out of nature. And then people are brainwashed into being afraid of nature. And, you know, if nature wanted to off me, she had loads of chances. Like I was always ready to go, you know. If a bull's charging me, I'm like, okay. You know, I'm ready. Boars used to charge, a wild boar charges first. They charge first and they ask questions later. But if you don't move, they stop. The same thing with bulls. If a bull charges you and you just look into their eyes deeply, they stop. You know? So there's this interesting... the only time I was scared was when I was in the sea and there were big crocodiles swimming around. Big ones. Sri Lankan big crocodiles by the lagoons. And I was like, what if they accidentally take a chomp out of me? Or when I was with a big shark, great white. But then I was much younger when I was with a great white. But some part of me would be like, I wouldn't want to tangle with a shark or a crocodile. Probably that my frequencies and their frequencies are not as, you know, I feel comfortable with snakes. Like, give me a snake any day of the week. Even if there's a cobra here next to me, I'd feel comfortable. Like, I wouldn't be afraid of it because I wouldn't want to mess with it. I'd be like in awe of it. So what reason would it have to want to hurt me, you know? But there's an interesting concept with how much brainwashing of fear. Let's just look at all of the movies. Jaws, crocodile films. I mean, how much brainwashing has there been? What are your thoughts on this? I mean, this Hollywood machine's not an accident.
Yeah, that's some real stuff. Part of the Babylonian mystery school that's been imposed on the collective for at least 5,000 years, maybe 6,000 years, has tried to portray a fear of darkness to the collective and push that on them, in a fear of nature. And so we become more and more estranged to nature, and we become more compelled to gravitate towards the light. And we're not really as versed in putting our light into the darkness or embracing nature. So as we become more distant, we've really become estranged to nature and its ways. And a lot of people are very fond of nature, and they go against the grain of the collective. but most people will tell you that nature is dangerous and that you have to bring something to protect you, like a gun. A lot of people that I know are very afraid of nature. They think you need to have a gun if you go into nature. Oh my God. To me, if you bring a gun into nature, you're probably going to get attacked. Right. So like, I feel like animals are very good at sensing intentions. Go ahead.
I'd be afraid of a bear if I had a gun.
Yeah. Me too. You just keep shooting, it'll keep coming at you. It's like, oh, this is not working. Because a gun's not that effective on a bear. They're pretty big, pretty massive. It'd be like a BB gun or pellet to them. So the things you really have to worry about, you really have to know what you're doing, have wisdom, bring that with you, from people that have experience. They say if it's a black bear, if it's black, attack back. But if it's a grizzly, play dead. So there's things about this, is not just everything you can do for any bear is universal. So there's things you need to learn about, like your particular environment, or if you're visiting somewhere, talk to those people about what to do there. Now I know in India they've learned to wear a mask on the back of their heads when working in the farms because a tiger won't attack somebody that sees them. They like to stalk their prey in secret. So that's a good way if you want to stay away from predatory felines. Put a mask on your head, on the back of your head. You don't need a gun. Plus, you wouldn't see them coming if they wanted to get you. But there's a lot about nature that can really heal us. And since they've pushed the fear on us, because there is some danger there, more danger when you're afraid of it, then we've lost out on the benefits of nature by distancing ourselves from it. And we've seen that we've distanced ourselves from naturopathic medicine, and we've kind of welcomed this synthetic culture on us that's easier, that's brought to our doorstep, that we don't have to make. But as easy as it is to create concoctions from nature, I feel like we should really start to gravitate towards doing that for ourselves, because trying to create petroleum byproducts has not really been found to be in our interest really so much, with all the side effects that it causes. So it's almost being like suggested to us that we're allowed to go back and be our own masters and find the sacred divine healing elixirs of nature again, because it's so easy to do, and it's being right at our footsteps, and we can walk right out there.
And I think part of it too is that the river is not. It's not just that we don't necessarily respect nature or that we're afraid of nature. I mean, that's obviously true, but I think what's really more prescient here is that in a lot of ways we want to disassociate from nature. We don't want to identify as having some kind of causal link to it. Because if you think about I think about Christians and evolution, for example, and you think about, they don't like the idea of evolution because it contradicts the story of Adam and Eve in the Bible, right? And that disproves God. So obviously they're not. But I think one of the more deeper reasons why a lot of Christians are against evolution, because evolution ultimately says that who we are is created from nature. And for some people to think that if you're created by nature, then you are not created by God. It's like I think a lot of the problem with Christianity is that God and nature become these completely separate things. So there's nature, and then there's the God who created it, rather than seeing nature as having its own intrinsic godlike properties onto itself. And I think by making that sort of the separation between the divine and the natural, we get all these deleterious consequences in our society and all the kind of various weird belief systems that we have, and materialism, Satanism, whatnot and what have you. And I think that by sort of remystifying nature, I think is important, because in a lot of ways, what we've done is we kind of we've kind of taken the soul out of nature. We see it a lot of way as this empty, mindless, soulless monstrosity, like a kind of like Lovecraftian elder thing, rather than really recognizing that there's an intelligence to it. And I think on a deeper psychological level, I was thinking the other day, as humans, we are a kind of an insecure species. Like, you think about, people are insecure, but I think that's kind of just like a fundamental human quality. I mean, and it's not really surprising why you're this being that has this sentience that exists in this universe of massive, spaces of, space and time and galaxies and so on and so forth. And so in a lot of ways, I think there's a lot of people that, in the same way insecure people, they try to compensate and put other people down to feel better about themselves. I feel like human beings, we kind of do that with nature. We want to think that we're better than nature, that our souls are more advanced and more spiritually prominent than nature. And because of that, it creates this separation and distinction. You take nature and you other it. And as much as materialism has done its damage in terms of our relationship to nature and sort of telling it that this blind mechanical sort of thing, we also have to realize that that there are certain forms of spirituality that are guilty in terms of our separation from nature. And I know, people don't like me to gore this particular sacred ox here, but when it comes to certain forms of Gnosticism, where, you start to see, this material world is so terrible, the body is an illusion, and this is why, like, when it comes to the whole, like, seeing the world as an illusion, I don't immediately jump, like, completely onto it, because on one hand, you can say that, the world operates like a dream, but for me, on some of you're wrestling with this contradiction. But if I say that the world is an illusion, is nature truly alive if nature is part of that illusion? And that's something a little bit more difficult to deal with, because, on the one hand, you want to see that the world is an illusion and rise above it. But at the same time, when you see the world as an illusion, the world can become kind of hollow and empty, like a hologram. And you don't really see the life force in the world in that paradigm either. So in a lot of ways, I think certain types of Gnosticism can make the world seem empty in the same way materialism does, just kind of in the sort of the inverse way, by instead of saying, matter is real and spirit is fake, you can also kind of look at it as a spirit is real and matter is fake. But by understanding that these two elements are kind of like a masculine and feminine principle in existence, I think that then you can actually understand a more realistic connection in terms of how consciousness is orthogonal to nature and our connection to it when we actually see ourselves as part of it, rather than seeing ourselves as somehow, because of our, some divine spark or whatever, that we're totally superior to it. You think about like how long, like in terms of like whether you believe in evolution or not, or just kind of like, how the universe forms itself. I look at the whole evolution narrative. I just think how many billions of years like nature took to like evolve these human forms for us. And then it's like the second we gain sentience, we reject it. It's like, on the one hand, like, we want to think that we're beyond this physical world, but you also have to think, this physical world, it gifted us with these bodies to experience this reality. And it took all this time and care to put this world together and build these bodies for us through evolution and create an environment where we can breathe air and drink water. And I think we should kind of show some gratitude to nature for giving us life in this world, no matter how difficult it may be, instead of just, and that's kind of like why, like, I have an issue with calling it illusion now, because I feel like to call the world an illusion is to deny the life force and the soul of nature, because if it doesn't really have a soul, if it's just an illusion, that's something I think about a lot.
Well, I think that's maybe one of the reasons why the concepts of oneness or wholeness, or again, Andy mentioned earlier, the kind of the unified field, the 0 point field, the source, these ideas that we all emanate from, basically from the same thing, the same energy source, or the same void, the same emptiness, in that we manifest into various levels of form and via energetic signature or sound frequency, this type of idea. That's why maybe one of the many reasons why I embrace these concepts or diving into them further, exploring them further with my own experience, for kind of the same thing that you just suggested, right? Cosmic, it's yeah, no, it's when we can embrace, when we can sit in that idea, and it's easier to come to have kinship, right? It's easier to see all sentient beings as and have reverence for it, right? Or at least it is for me, and to try not to cast out, like humans certainly tend to do, right? But cast out hierarchy and this type of thing. And so at any rate, I just thought I'd throw my 2 cents on that. Yeah, we certainly have demonized nature. Oh my goodness, my gosh, the power brokers in the world, they want to categorize it and tokenize it and sell it back to us, for crying out loud. Anyway.
You make a good point there. Tokenize it and sell it back to us. That's what they've done with reality. They've turned reality into a series of belief tokens and sold it back to us. Only we paid for the right to buy it. I think that's how school works, right? We pay them so that we are allowed to buy their education, right? This is ironic the way this thing works. And what I missed a little bit of what you were saying, Cosmic. I was just trying to usher my boy into his bed, and because it's after 9 p.m. I was like, oh gosh, the moment Daddy's not around, cat's out. It's out of the box. Mom doesn't keep track of the time. She's like, every round table he gets to bed a bit later. I really got to be mindful. If I forget, he'll go to bed 9:30, 10. I'll be like, what? You're not in bed? So, but this whole thing about nature, it's very interesting. People have often said to me, acted strange because I won't kill a mosquito, right? And they're like, what do you mean you won't kill a mosquito? Well, I won't kill it. But it's going to bite you. I was like, yeah, well, the funny thing is I got a pretty good relationship with the guys. They don't tend to mess me around too much. They bite everybody else. They're cool with me. They bite me a little bit. But I think what it is, like I said, check this out. If you have a good relationship with mosquitoes, right? And they trust you because you don't mean them harm. Because let's understand that these little creatures are sentient. We might not recognize that, but they are. So they get onto your leg or wherever they're going to bite you, and they go, well, do I need to waste my serum on this guy? No, he's cool. He's not going to hurt me. Even if he sees me, he won't hurt me. I'm good. You know what? I'm not going to give you that injection of stuff that makes it all itchy and swollen. I'm just going to put my thing right through there. I'm going to suck. It's a little prick. He doesn't seem to mind. And then there's no bump. Because that creature's not afraid of you because it can feel the vibration that you actually won't hurt it. So why would it waste its serum on you? But when it gets to you and it's like, ooh, if this person sees me, I'm going to go, no, I better give him a double dose. Just to keep it safe. That's going to be a big itchy bump. So if you are the kind of person that practices this thing, then you can get bitten by mosquitoes, but it's very minimal. It's a tiny little thing. It's like, okay. It's gone 20 minutes later. Well, where was it? I don't know. I had a bump there. Did I have a bump? I don't know. I think it was itchy. Anyway, it's gone now. Some people, they get bitten and they're going to be itchy for days, right? Because there's two different ways of this working. And I remember experiencing this very deeply in in the jungle when I was fasting with the flies. And I suddenly, I found the whole idea hilarious because I was like, I'm the Lord of the Flies. Yeah? Because I'd made a relationship with them. The flies, okay, backstory. There's 4 different flies in Sri Lankan jungles. This is the jungles where the water in the sea has got phosphorescence in it because of the high bacteria and microbial content in the sea. If you get a cut in and you put it in the sea, you will get an infection. There's no way to avoid it. If you get a cut in the jungle, it will become infected because that's what happens. So if you cut yourself in that jungle where I lived, 4 seconds, you got to have alcohol on it. Like, cut myself, ooh, alcohol, 4-5 seconds. Under 5 seconds, you want the booze, the alcohol on it, like surgical alcohol, 90, 96, whatever percent pure alcohol. Then after that, the frankincense essential oil, and then the myrrh to give it a sticky coating. And then after that, your turmeric powder to make a layer over the sticky coating of the myrrh. So you made a bandage, yeah, out of myrrh and turmeric, and that becomes your plaster, but it can breathe. And the turmeric, well, you know, it's antibacterial, but it's also like creatures don't like it. Flies don't like turmeric. So anyway, there's one fly that will come and bite you and make a little hole. Then there's another fly that will come sit on that hole and eat that fly and eat that thing on that hole. And then there'll be like another fly that will come and a little bit of an infection will start. And that fly will then come and eat on that. And then if the infection gets to a certain point, there's another fly that will eat off the scab. Does that make sense? Like, there's 4 stages of flies. And you can literally be eaten alive by the flies. Like, I kid you not. Like, you could be. I reckon you could be. And if your immune system wasn't strong, if you weren't healthy. And so, like, these flies were an issue. At some parts of this jungle. And we went close to this one place. Because there was a temple there, I wanted to fast and take a vow of silence. And I was fasting for 10 days. So I wanted to be by that table. It's a Muruga mandir. Muruga is Ganesha's younger brother. If you've ever seen the guy riding a peacock, does that ring a bell? Any of you guys? The bloke who rides a peacock? Anyway, he's like, I was like, you've got the pimped up ride, dude. Like, I don't know what Ganesh did, but like, seriously, you got the ride. Like, if I had to choose a ride, I'd want that one. So anyway, it was a Muruga temple there, and I wanted to meditate at the Muruga temple because I wanted to pick up on this frequency of this archetypal state. And while I was there, these flies in this area, there were just a lot of flies, right? Like more flies than anywhere else in the jungle. And I made this relationship with these flies where I was stroking them. So they would land on me and I would come and they would lift their wings like this so that I could get in between their wings and I'd stroke them. My ex-wife was like, because like I was silent, we weren't talking, I was in vow of silence, I was fasting. And so she saw me like these flies are my buddies, and they stopped messing with me. They wouldn't mess with me after that. And then I noticed I could like tell them what to do with my thoughts. So I was like, okay, come and land here. Okay, cool, I'm going to stroke you. And I could stroke them. And I was like, this is really weird. Like I reckon I could like direct this a swarm of flies. Don't mess with me, dude. The flies are coming for you. You know what I mean? But like I realized, like, hold on, like, you know, just this is why I was afraid of spiders when I was growing up, because some part of me was accidentally calling the spiders, and they loved me. They would come all over me, right? And I was like afraid, like, what if I call all the spiders and they just come from everywhere and they just cover me and I'm all covered in spiders by accident? Like, is that a rational fear? Well, that was a fear I had of spiders, that I would accidentally call all the spiders and they'd be all over me and I'd be like, and then it occurred to me, well, that could be a pretty good form of self-defense, right? Like, to be coated in spiders Like, if you ever need to practice self-defense, why hurt someone when you can just call the spiders and be like Spider-Man, you know? Like, no one's gonna mess with you. Like, but anyway, it's like, I think like there's this, nature's not separate from us, because like our body is made out of other beings, and we forget this. So, you know, I think like for all of you out there, like seriously, think before you hurt an ant. I know it sounds ridiculous to most people, right? But like, don't hurt an ant. Like, you can move the ant side of your home. Like, you don't even have to have a telepathic communication with them. You can literally move them out of your home with sugar. Like, if you've ever got ants, you just draw a line with sugar. Like, these guys are going to follow that line, and then go and put a bowl of something outside over there. And they're all going to go out looking for it, and then put down a layer of something they don't like. They don't like alkalinity, right? Because they've got this, they're acidic, like the trails that they leave. So then put down a layer of alkaline on your ground, and they won't come back. You know? So you don't have to hurt ants. Mosquitoes, if you make a good relationship with them, they won't hurt you. And this whole idea of vaccines, you don't need vaccines. God made mosquitoes. What do you think mosquitoes are for? You know? They're going to give you a little taste of what everybody else has got. Just enough of a taste that it doesn't actually make you ill. But enough of a taste that your body goes, oh, what's that? Oh, watch out for that one. You know? And I think like, if we live close to nature, then what do we need anything for? What do we need medicine for? What do we need vaccines for? Because the plants will talk to us. Have you ever seen a flower that you think, I want to eat that flower? That's an interesting question. What are your thoughts on that? Have you ever seen plants that for some reason you want to eat them?
Yeah, I like to eat a lot of flowers when I'm walking. I try to eat clover flowers. I like to eat begonias. They're absolutely delicious. They taste like a grape. Begonias, like begonia buds, are so good. Flowers are great. But dandelions are good too. Good for you. You got vitamins A, C, and E. I wanted to mention something else mentioned earlier about mosquitoes. There's malaria has been coming back to Greece. Some people have been interpreted it as one of the plagues returning. But I just recently learned that the electric eel, people don't eat the electric eel because it's the mother of malaria. The microbes in I guess they're considered to be single-celled organisms or something of the sort, or maybe they're just really small parasites. But there's some sort of a parasite in the mosquito that actually comes from the electric eel, apparently. That's what I've heard, so I'm not sure, but I have to do some research on that.
You mentioned dandelions. Like,
yeah.
I heard people talking about how powerful dandelion was for the arm prick adventure that everybody went on, the COVID story.
Yeah. Great
Because
immune
it
boost.
protects your DNA, doesn't it? I just Googled it now to be clear. Like, it does actually. But I've always known that it's very like good for your immune system. And obviously antioxidants. So it detoxifies the system, boosts your immune system, protects your system from cell damage.
Yeah, and lobsters have really good protection from cell damage and aging because they have a lot of enzyme called telomerase, which protects the telomeres. But they kind of sit still on the rocks a lot, and they say that by being still, humans can develop more telomerase through meditation or through stillness. It keeps us young again.
That's very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Since I'm a father, I get less time for being still.
Yeah.
Running around like, what are you doing? Leave that dog alone. Running after him. Leave the birds alone. Running after him because he's like a little wild. It's like having a miniature terrorist in your home, and they can run around. It's just like it's like a chaos machine. A child is like a chaos machine, right? They just run around and everything they touch just is wild. Let's change this. Let's do this. And I see myself becoming like, like my parents, I suppose, which is quite funny. But that's very interesting. You know, the stillness.
Yeah, I wanted to mention also that there's a Native American tradition that they say at the point of death, when you die, you come to a bridge where you will meet all of the animals of the wilderness who you've come across in your lifetime, and they will discern whether you can pass or not. So if you were squashing ants and smacking flies and running over animals in the road and laughing and thinking it was funny, you might see those animals at the path to the afterlife, and they might keep you from crossing that bridge. So I thought that was just a beautiful tradition that they have. They reverence.
That is a beautiful idea. But do people run animals over and laugh at that?
Yeah,
Is
they
that something people do?
here in my town, they like to go around and shoot cats and run them over, and they think it's funny. And they kind of aim for the animals. It's kind of a redneck thing to do, I guess. Usually drunk people like to do that.
House cats.
Yeah, they've been shooting people's houses
People's pets.
with guns. Yeah.
Is there a reason for it?
They considered cats to be for women only. It's like a girl's thing, and if men have a cat, they consider them to be like a cat lady. It's a very like sexist, ignorant thing. It's almost as if cats are for witches. There's a thing about witches here. Like if you're not like a devout Christian, you're a witch. You probably have a cat.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's one of the religious the legacies of religion, in a
Mhm.
sense.
Yeah.
Cosmic, do they do this kind of thing where you live?
What?
What he's talking about?
It's not really as bad.
Like they think it's fun or something.
No, not where I live. I think my area is a little more mixed because I live towards like downtown Chicago, essentially. So I don't have as much of the crazy religious fundamentalist stuff where I'm at specifically. But I do know what Indy is talking about. If you go further out, you will find some pretty out there people when it comes to Christianity.
Yeah.
Are you
I've never
in
heard
Chicago
that before
City?
about the whole idea, like, you know, with the cat stuff. Like, I've heard a lot of crazy stuff from Christian fundamentalists, but not that.
Yeah, it was shocking to me. I lost my best friend. You know, he kept calling me like an old cat lady. And you know, I just tried to tell him like, look, man, you need to respect cats. I have cats here because I have a mice problem. You don't need to refer to me as some weak old lady with a house full of cats just because I have one cat. But I had to divorce my best friend because it became a constant issue. He was constantly trying to shame me about the fact that I had a cat. And I'm proud to be a cat person. I don't really see dogs as being worthwhile to me. They're just too much work.
Dude,
It's like
if I could have cats, I would. I'm not allowed to have cats. I'd love to have cats.
Somebody in your
I
family
even
allergic?
got given a kitten. I got
Friendly.
given a kitten by a neighbor. She had a litter. And she said I could have one because this kitten just came here and started coming here. And I was like, okay. So I was like teaching my dogs, like, no, this is okay. And so I let her come inside and she realized, she's very clever. She realized, oh, you're controlling those guys. Cool. And then the dogs got chilled out with her. And I was like, oh, wow, we're going to have a cat. And then I spoke to the owner of my house. She was like, no. I was like, what do you mean? No. She's
You know,
like,
I
"You've
think
got
a
three
lot of it
dogs,
too is.
3 dogs
go
and
on.
rabbits."
Mhm.
Sorry, Cosmic.
No, I was just gonna say. I think when it comes to like the whole like cat and dog thing, I think it's because of kind of what they symbolically represent. Because if you think about it, dogs are very easy to train and tell them what to do and order, whereas cats are actually a lot more wild. They're not technically as domesticated as dogs are, and they just kind of do what their own thing. And if you think about it, Christianity is all about kind of being sort of more authoritarian, telling people how to act and sort of like molding and shaping them to be a specific way. So it's like they're like dogs because they can mold and shape the behavior of a dog. Whereas with a cat, that's not as nearly as easy.
Yeah, and in a way, animals are here to kind of bring us back into nature and help us welcome us back into nature. But the dogs have been so much more domesticated. There's not as much of a wild side left to them, but the wild side that is left to them is kind of like associated with their kind of aggressive nature, where they can kind of just go wild and attack somebody, or forget to remember who somebody is and go against their own owner sometimes. That's like, it's more of the wild side of a dog what people associate. But there's also like, bring a dog for a hike. Not everybody does that, but like when you have a dog with you in nature, they're going to help you find your way back if you get lost. And I've been had this experience myself. I wouldn't have made it back. I would have had to go down to some other road and go for a ride or something, and it would have been a long journey. But
It's like when you go hiking with too big a bag of weed.
yeah, exactly.
Take a dog. I got too much weed for this hike. Better take 2 dogs. But that's very interesting, like the idea of that the consciousness of cats being. I mean, the reason I can't have a cat here isn't because the owner of this house, she lives next door to me. She's a little old lady, but she's got a cat. And her son lives next door to her, and they've got a cat. And the people next door to them have a cat. And the people on the other side have got a cat. And the people behind have got a cat. She was like, there's too many cats in this density. Yeah. And she says, well, one more cat, and they're going to be up all night going, wow, 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 wow. And she said, besides, you've got rabbits and dogs. Like, what do you need a cat for? I was like, oh, I would love to have a kitty. They're so cool. And this idea of like a man can't have a cat.
I'm very unfamiliar with
concept,
and I just don't like that idea. So I said.
So does that mean women can't have dogs?
Men are only allowed to have a dog, and women. I don't know if women are allowed to have dogs.
Is it uncool for a woman to have a dog? What happens if the woman's got a dog? She's like, get a sex change, If you have
a dog, you need a boyfriend. Yeah, probably something like that. Yeah, I could see it.
And the ideas of dogs biting their owners. I took on a dog which was, well, let's retract that. I was a teenager. I was like 13, 14, and my mom and her partner, his brother had stolen that dog. He stole the dog from gangsters because the dog was being used for fighting. It was a pit bull. And he couldn't keep her. She was a female, but she was full of scars everywhere. Oh man! She was scarred. Like she'd been bitten. Like basically, he was driving through an area which, like in this country in that time, white people don't go, right? Firstly, but he was a solid dude. Yeah, he was a solid dude. He wasn't somebody you would want to mess with, and hence, he actually approached the gangsters and he said to them, listen, man, look at this dog on the chain. I'll buy it from you. And they were like, he took out all the money he had on him, which was a considerable amount of money. He said, like, I'll give it to you. At that time, it was the equivalent of like $100 or $200, whatever. They were like, no, we want this much. And he was like, don't be silly. Like they wanted the equivalent of, I don't know, $1,000 or whatever for a dog. And he was like, don't be silly, man. So he came back in the night and cut the chain, right, of a strange pit bull and took her home with him. But then she was like teetotaling his pit bull. He was like, oh no, there's a problem. So he asked us, and like our Kelly, we had a Kelly, and she was beautiful. She was such a beautiful natured dog. So I was like, yeah, I'll spend time with him. If you don't get bitten by a dog like that, how do people get bitten by? Do you see what I'm getting at? Like that dog never bit anyone because we gave her love. She bit other dogs. She would bite other dogs.
Well, my girlfriend's got a pit bull that's very defensive. She hasn't been socialized, so if she sees anyone else that's not just the people that live there at the home or close family members, she'll bark and approach and try to attack. So my girlfriend put a wig on to show me how this works one time. And started to walk into the room, and she almost got attacked by her dog, but her dog recognized her voice, so luckily she had to pull the wig off and was like, "It's me." But it was a close call. But usually, when a dog attacks its owner, it's not because it's trying to attack the owner; it's because it's fighting with another dog over food or something, or some kind of a territorial dispute, and then the owner tries to pull them apart. you don't want to get in the middle of 2 dog fights without a stick or something. Yeah. My mother got bit on her wrist and it got a pretty bad infection, but she was all right. She ended up getting taken care of. That's a tough spot.
I had a tooth go right through there, right through my hand.
Ouch. That's
In
painful.
Israel.
It's a place you use
Because
all.
Rambo
Yeah.
Rambo got into a fight with another dog, and my reflexes are quick. And so before they could get towards each other, I was like, whoa. And I caught it on the hand,
Yeah.
and it went right through my hand. But luckily, I was by the sea.
It's like
They were
Fenway or
both
something.
big dogs.
Yeah.
But I was able to pick them up because of adrenaline. Like between the two of them, we're talking like 100, 120 kilos. Yeah. I was
Oh.
able to pick them both up and
Nice.
run
Wow.
while they were fighting.
Oh my God.
Pick
Did
them
they
both up and run and dive into the sea with them.
Yeah, there you go. Yep.
Dump them both in the sea and dunk them both
Self-preservation
under the
concept.
water.
Not drowning.
They
Yeah.
got the frights of their lives. They were like trying to escape, like he's safe. I had to like pull him out of the water. But that tooth went right through my hand. Like,
Well, luckily you got some salt in like 4 seconds. So.
yeah, well, I was by the sea, so it was all good, you know. Like, although the sea by Khofak Ziv, the
Not that-
Mediterranean Ocean, is not clean.
right.
Gosh, the stuff that comes out of that sea is unbelievable. The amount of tar that washes up out of that sea, it's really sad. It's really, 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 really sad when you live by the sea like that and you see all of this stuff coming out of the sea. There's tar. The amount of tar that washes up out of the sea, incredible. Incredible. I used to have big globules of tar that I used to put into a big drum. And, you know, what do you do with it?
I don't know.
Like
Makes
molten, sticky, gooey, oily. If it stays in the sun and you step in it, because Israel's windy, if you leave it on the beach and the wind blows a layer of sand over it, you could step in it.
Yeah.
Right? And then that tar's all over your foot and it burns. It's hot. So the best thing is to go up at dawn, just before the sun rises, and pick up all the tar with a stick. Yeah? Because it's while it's still like gloopy coming out of the sea, and then collect it. But yeah, man, nature, our connection with nature. I like that story, by the way. The bridge,
Yeah.
meeting all those animals.
love
I
that.
think the most powerful initiations are the ones that we have in life. And everybody's looking to have incense initiations, aren't they? Incense and gongs and bells and chanting words and all that other nonsense.
Oh, yeah.
But the real initiation is when you come face to face with a snake or a... I had rats in my home. Now this, my heart gets sore. And I used to fall in love with these little guys, right? I had an invasion of rats, and I could never hurt them. I would catch them and take them and release them in the penguin sanctuary, where I knew there was stuff for them to eat, you know. But in the end, I had to get a guy, an exterminator, because it's in my contract with my home, yeah. And I have to report to my estate agent. Was like, yeah, we've got a bit of a rat problem. Like, I have to report it, otherwise I'm irresponsible. It's like it's in my contract. I agreed to this, so because I agreed to it, I have to do it. And then she was like, no, you must get an exterminator. Like must be, like, you know, basically, if you want to live here, this is how it is. So unfortunately, somebody had to come, and I was up in the ceiling meditating with these guys, telling them, listen, leave. And I'm telling you, they were packing their little suitcases and they were leaving.
Yeah.
Like, they're very clever, they're very in tune.
Mhm.
Like, I was giving them this broadcast of like, look, there's nothing I can do about this, but please leave. Some of them didn't leave. There were a lot of them that didn't leave, but I think most of them leave. We had an invasion of rats here because
From the beach.
the penguin sanctuary being here, certain weather. There was issues with, I don't know, with the
That's-
water at times, and so they just came here. And so every once in a while we have this invasion of rats, to the point where I'll be here and I can see them arriving, coming into my home. Like it's like they're arriving with little suitcases, climbing over the tree onto the roof, climbing up there, and they like, you see there's one going in, there's one, I can hear one, like, there's one going in over there. Like you can't close everywhere, you can't keep them out. When they want to come, they come. And then you hear them coming under the floorboards and finding ways into your home. So it's difficult. Yeah.
Apparently,
I think it's because of the breeding of when the babies are breeding, the mothers are throwing fish out, yeah? And there's leftovers, so the rats breed. And then the breeding season finishes, and the rats now have nowhere to go. And all these babies are growing up with plenty of food, so they rush to the houses. And then everybody else is getting exterminators, and then they all come to my home. And then I'm like the last guy. I'm like, oh my gosh. Here we go again.
Dang,
Yeah, man.
that's trouble. Yeah, but apparently tar can be used for a lot of stuff. If you want to waterproof any wood or ropes or fabrics, it works good for furniture. But they also use tar for food, for dyeing clothing and stuff. They can use it for fabric production. But interestingly, they use a lot of tar. Wood tar can be used for saunas. It makes that nice smell in the sauna. But like coal tar has been used for candies and for hygiene products. I don't know if that's necessarily good, but maybe it is. I'm not sure. It's
Yeah,
good for
I don't know whether I would want to use tar for hygiene personally.
it helps psoriasis, I guess. I don't know.
So yeah, what are your before we wrap it up, because we're getting closer to the 4-hour marks? Cosmic, Indie, do you guys have bits that you want to talk about? Spirits, the other side, anything?
Yeah, I had an experience where my grandfather, who died at the age of 52 as a rocket scientist, I had never met him. He died when my father was still a teenager, I think. But I had an experience where I channeled him and he was able to speak through me, and it was a very powerful experience. It was a confusing experience, however, though, because he was brought here from Ukraine by his parents. His mother died. He was separated from his father, and he was brought to an orphanage. And then they told him that he was Polish to hide him from the Red Scare when he was about 5 years old. And so he may or may not have remembered his native language. But when he channeled through me, he was speaking Russian. And we were always told that we were Polish. But I learned pretty soon after that my uncle had found his sisters and that they're actually Ukrainian. So it unfolded a lot of things at the time that seemed to be off, but then we learned that I was actually a premonition about something that I would learn in the future, or it led to a deeper understanding of something that we found out. So I feel like this kind of thing happens a lot. My girlfriend's 2 parents had passed on within a few months of each other recently, within the last year. But she's been seeing a lot of red cardinals recently after having gone through some issues with her siblings, trying to struggle with the dividing of the goods in the homes afterwards, after having lost their parents. And when things had gotten rough, the cardinals had started to appear to her. And it's not just that they were appearing, they were actually speaking directly to her. And she would mention that to me, and I'm a shaman, so I'm like, look, there's cardinals, they're near you. And she's like, oh, whatever. But she started pointing out to me, like, look, this cardinal is like talking to me. What does it mean? And I looked it up, and apparently cardinals represent a loved one from the other side, trying to guide you and protect you and provide hope. So this is something that she's really been asking for. She wants to be able to commune with her lost parents and speak to them and see them again. And so when she sees these cardinals, she really welcomes their voice and their presence being there for her. So that's a powerful thing. But we know that owls and crows and ravens and cats are considered to be messengers to the other side. And it's been said that cats will come to the bed of somebody who's going to pass on soon if they're kept in a hospital. And that's been seen in many situations. So the owl is nocturnal, and so it helps guide us into the darkness of the underworld. And the raven is diurnal, lives during the day, but is black, and so has the essence of the night and the darkness within it. It can help us bring light to our darkness because of its shine.
Ravens and crows, they're super intelligent.
Oh yeah, very
I
much
think
so.
they're like one of the most intelligent birds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some can speak like a parrot.
Yeah, they're incredible creatures. And little bunnies. I never realized how intelligent rabbits were until I got them. You know,
Yeah.
it's incredible. Like, and I didn't even know they were black rabbits. And like I'd not seen them like this pitch black. And like these little guys are so cute. Oh gosh, they're so cute. I get them on the couch if they come and chill. The other one's like running around there now. And they get a fright from the little dog, little Henry. But he's pretty much harmless. I mean, they're probably more dangerous than he is. Eh? This is a little boy, Petunia. And yeah, man. So that whole channeling thing, and I went through that too. And when I was young, I stopped doing that. Although I've done it sometimes in my adult life. It does happen when I'm working, but it's not like because I'm wanting to make it happen, if that makes sense. It just happens because like sometimes it just has to happen, if that's what's necessary. But then it's not some random external being. Then it's part of like an internal, you know, part of my makeup, part of my ancestors, right? If that makes sense. So it's like it's a little bit different to what comes through if I channel that. But the whole idea of, are you with us, Cosmic?
Yeah, I'm just listening.
Do you with your Fae guys, when do they talk through your mouth and you feel like you're sitting in the back watching? Does that make sense when I say that?
It's kind of more like they're sort of like behind me, like to my shoulder, like they're whispering into my ear, kind of sort of thing.
Okay.
Or they'll feel like sometimes they're it really, they can be kind of anywhere in terms of where I feel them talking to me.
So that
But it's kind of like it's
you're
kind
not
of like,
channeling them. It's more like you're communicating with them.
yeah, it's like a communicating with them. But the channeling is kind of part of like how the communication is essentially established, because it's like you kind of like you feel their energy, and it's almost like you kind of connect their energy, and it's like they can speak through my brain and sort of like use it as an intellect. So the metaphor I kind of like think about it, it's like, let's say you're kind of like there's two people standing in front of a laptop together, and they're both like writing a screenplay. One person will type something into the laptop, and then the other person will type something else into the laptop. And the metaphor here is the laptop is my brain, and the two people, the souls, are the me, and then the souls of the Fae, kind of using my mind. And it's kind of what's interesting about channeling a spirit is that when you kind of understand its personality, it'll say things and thoughts and ideas that maybe you don't necessarily want to think about. because like Cathiza will be say something like, if I'm in a bad mood, it's like, well, they don't know you're in a bad mood, but I do. Do you want to talk about it? And there's kind of like that sort of like, they can be kind of like, they can call me out on my like bullshit sometimes, or like tell me like, or whatever. But yeah, it's like you kind of like, you feel like you feel the presence. It's almost like you feel that like their eyes almost staring at you, and it's almost like that eye contact then turns into words into my head, if that's what me saying. Like almost like they're projecting words into my mind by looking at me and sort of feeling that, because it seems like that's kind of part of the process. Like there's an intellectual element, and then there's a kind of like a psychic energetic element, and then the two kind of like synthesize together to make the whole thing happen.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I've had a host of different ways of interacting with other kinds of beings. I mean, I have to do it for my work sometimes, right? And those aren't the kind of beings I would channel when I'm in that situation. Although I have channeled those beings in the past. Like I'm not afraid of being possessed. If that makes sense, because like I'm just I can, like, it's, you feel like you move backwards and you're looking through like a tunnel almost, and everything's happening over there. Is that what you experienced, Indy, when it was talking through you and you couldn't understand what was being said so well? It's like it's moving through and it's talking, but it's like, even if it's speaking English, it's like very weird. It's like, what's happening? I'm over here, you're over there. And it's like a different thought process running through your brain that you just, what the heck? And then, but you can force yourself to come to the front if you want. If that makes sense. Like, you can like, come back in the driver's seat. It's almost like being in a car and stepping out of the driver's seat and to go into the back.
You know what I will say though? It's different when I do it on my own versus when I do it with other people. When I do it with other people and if they are like communicating with other people on like, Telegram, whatever, then I get that, being in the back seat sort of feeling, because they'll be doing all the talking and communicating. I'll just be kind of like, sitting there and sort of watching. But when I'm sort of having a conversation with them, it's usually a little bit more direct and a little bit more intimate when it's done that way.
Yeah, it's very interesting, this whole that we can be a receiver.
Yeah, I feel like we have to go to the back seat, because if we're in a meditation or trance or stillness and our mind is busy, it's going to be hard to be able to receive a message. But if we're able to like relax and be in stillness and like let go of the driving wheel, it's almost like spirit takes the wheel, and then we are able to see and it directs us, and we're able to observe.
Very true. Like, I think honestly, like, sometimes when I do the channeling stuff, there are some days where I struggle with it and I have difficulties with it. And when I like kind of ask the Fae for like guidance, they pretty much say exactly that. It's like they're basically saying like, Cosmic, you spend so much time talking to yourself, we can't get a word in edgewise and talk to you. And really, it is kind of like conversation etiquette. Like, if you're talking a lot, the other person can't come in and sort of add their thoughts to the conversation. And I've realized that channeling spirits is pretty much exactly the same way.
Yeah, I always wonder if it's good. I try to use this technique in meditation. I try to tell myself, like, I am listening, I'm present, I'm here to receive. Sometimes I don't really give a pause enough in between to get the signal enough. But I think it gets me to a place where I'm trying to put myself in a place where I get to stop.
Yeah, you got to kind of like lay like a little like signal out first. It's like just kind of like, well, hey, if anybody's there, I'm willing to receive, and you kind of just let that out, and then you just kind of wait for it to come. And that's the thing too. You got to kind of like wait a little bit and be patient, because if you try to like, expect something to come real fast, you might kind of just like forcibly like sort of make something up. So you just kind of have to kind of like
start to daydream.
wait for them, because like sometimes the Fae, they can be kind of like fashionably late, or they'll just kind of like surprise me when I least expect it. Sometimes too. I'm like, wait, I wasn't expecting to see you guys tonight. Okay, all right, this is cool.
It's like now, right? Like I haven't smoked cannabis in a long time. Like I don't really use any substances. I don't drink coffee. You know, cocoa. That's my drug of choice. That's the only one that I really partake of. But like, who stays away from chocolate? Come on.
Right.
But
Good.
now I'm feeling that sensation of THC in my brain. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if I hold a little bunny and I start tuning into their energy, or like with my dogs, or the birds or something, that's when I actually go psychedelic. And that's very interesting. Like when we go into like an animal and we sort of really tune into the animal, and especially now, like I can feel the aura of the little petunia on my chest, and I can feel his aura vibrating and my hands vibrating at a different frequency, and I can feel his aura vibrating around my heart and my heart vibrating at a different frequency, and like it's like my frequency are shifting around his frequencies, changing, and he's bringing the spirit of this through my consciousness. And it's very interesting, like something for us to experience, like hugging a tree. And feeling the tree's vibrations, and feeling your aura, feeling your energy, feeling the vibrations of the tree, noticing the difference in the frequency and the frequency of you, and then you hold onto the tree, and then you allow your frequencies to shift until it's in a harmonic zone with the tree. And once that harmonic sweet spot is sort of triggered within, then one notices that like there's this flowing out of one's feet. Oh, obviously your shoes want to be off. Obviously, you feel this flowing, moving out of your feet, between your feet and the earth, and you feel this pranic force, this chi, flowing through your body, flowing through the earth, flowing in and out of your feet, and flowing through your head, and flowing through like all of the pores in your skin, and until you, like in the tree, become like one. So this is an interesting thing, like where you don't believe in oneness, but I'm now like almost becoming one. And if I become completely one with this bunny, like I can almost possess the bunny in a way. Like I can call it, I can plant thoughts in its mind. I'm sorry, did I freak you out? And so like, it's interesting how we are connected to nature. We forget that. Yeah? Like I think as children, they wash that out of us. But I think that should be our closing thoughts, Getting back to the idea of eternal life and initiations. Like the initiation of this eternal experience of consciousness is right here. I think like these little creatures that we spend our times with, like even a beetle or a lizard. It's interesting if you pick up a lizard and you feel that coldness on your skin, how it affects your thoughts. If you're holding a snake, if you're holding a different creature, it's like fascinating the way it tunes your brain, and how you'll feel a different kind of a high with every different kind of a creature. And you literally get high when you interact with nature.
Yeah, I get a rush. I have a lot of wasps and hornets in my house, and I like to befriend them and try to help them out the door. And my thoughts is that people that are of bad intentions will fear things like bees and spiders. And so if I see people in fear, it's an alert to me, because I don't really notice fear because I don't carry it as much. But I get a real rush when I can calm them down enough to land on my hand and just sit there, and I can bring them to the door. It's kind of like a limbo where it's like, all right, if I mess with you too much, you're going to bite me. You're going to sting me. But I'm really trying to help you. And I really feel like they get my intentions. They start to understand I'm here to help you. And then they go along with it and they let me help them. But I get kind of like my defenses kind of go up a little bit, like I'm prepared to be stung. I have not been
That's
stung before.
interesting.
Yeah.
Like I've never had a connection with wasps. I've had a connection with bees. I could happily have bees all over me, like be
Yeah,
covered in bees.
I like these.
I think I'd be
They're
fine.
happy little guys.
That
But the
wouldn't
wasps
bother
are
me.
more hostile. So might have to use extra calm vibes to cheer them up and stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And spiders, I've become better with spiders. I mean, I live with them. I specifically let them come in my home, and I if they want to be in my home, I leave them in my home. Big ones, like the palm of my hand, big. Yeah.
Mhm.
And they'll be like in my room, and they'll be like sleeping near where I'm sleeping, and I get a little bit nervous, like, oh, you're gonna crawl over me when I'm sleeping, but I'm like, okay, well, if it happens, it happens. And I got bitten between these two fingers, between the two knuckles, when my sleep some time ago,
Oh,
and I had this lump here for a long time. It's still not quite the same as it was, you know that.
yeah.
It's like it's permanently changed something a little bit between my knuckles, because it was like a fairly serious little bite in my sleep. I must have brushed one of those big spiders off my face, you know, or one of the spiders off my face in my sleep. But I deliberately force myself to live with them so that I can become closer to them, you know. I had one crawling on my leg 2 days ago, and I was like unconsciously brushing it off. I was like, oh gosh, am I hurting it?
Yeah.
Didn't realize I was brushing it off my leg, because it was this like ticklish thing on my leg crawling up, and I knocked it off. Didn't think anything, and then I did it again, and I looked, and I was like, oh gosh, it's a spider. And then I got a bit scared. I was like, I hope I didn't hurt it, because if I hurt it, it will bite me, you know. It was a selfish thought, right? I was like, I don't want to be bitten. But then I realized, well, what about the poor guy? Like, what if I've actually wounded him and now he can't survive, you know? So, yeah, we got to be conscious. We got to be aware of these little guys. We don't want to ever hurt them. Anyway, I hope you guys have all enjoyed our discussion. I hope you guys all got what you came for. Sending you all big love, big blessings, peace, honor, and respect. So much love. Om Namah Shivaya. As always, you know, O Tiger Lee, Vincent, Gaz, Howard, Optician, the list goes on. You know, I hope you guys are all well. I hope you guys have all had a great time and enjoyed the conversation. We were just hanging out with you guys, taking it easy. And sending you all big love. Om Shanti. Om Namah Shivaya. Har Har Mahadeva. Jai Gurudeva Lakabam Shankar. Shankar Bhagwan Namaha. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Bhagwan. Big love to all of you. Take it easy. Keep the smile alive. And don't forget, embrace every moment as if it's your last, because it might be.
Blessed be.
Blessed be.
Take it easy, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Good conversation.